Good morning. Let's see if we've got a good mic check before I bring everything in. It's nice to see a few of you here in the chat. Hello. Hey, Shill. And thank you for being here. Hi, Anna. How are you? Oh, hi, Mark. Good evening, Mark. You can't sleep, huh? You're going to hang out with us for a while? I'm sorry. You're still awake. Your insomnia is acting up. Yeah. But I'm glad you're here. I like when you're in the chat. So my first question for you guys is, oh, you don't know who Mike is, but my audio sounds good. Thank you for that, Rocket Couch. Good morning. I hope that the audio sounds okay. My voice is a little gruff, but I wasn't gonna not do this. I rested it the best I could. It was so much worse yesterday. Yeah. Well, anyway, hey, so I have questions. Okay, this is the setup I was going to use. Like for while we're streaming. Do you think it's okay with the banner, guys? I'm going to let you guys vote. I mean, I have it on, you know. Oh, you're usually getting up anyway in about an hour and a half. Well, you're up early. We're glad to hear you. Are you having your coffee and all now? You're going to stop trying to go back to sleep? That's You think it looks okay there, Rocket Couch? I guess we'll see once the judge starts. Now, let's just go over like what's gonna happen. Needs more cowbell? Yeah. I got my kombucha, I got my coffee, I got a bagel with cream cheese and bacon. Yes, I said bacon. Don't come at me, people, but cream cheese and bacon is like where it's at. If you've ever had to attend a million business meetings in your life, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Think I need to get the gropes in before the judge catches me. Good morning, Jen. I'm so glad you're here for a good grope. Now my day is like starting just perfect. Look at that. Coffee, chatters, gropes. But we'll see about the banner once he starts. But what I was getting to is that if you've watched a live hearing or a trial on my channel, you know that once they start with the proceedings, the judges and them speaking, we're not going to be talking or commenting while stuff is going on. I will be muted while they are so that you can hear it, all of it, and we can discuss it. During the breaks, or if they do a sidebar, I may unmute to make a comment, but I'll be talking with you in the chat the whole time. If you have questions or, stuff, remarks, that's part of the fun of it. But we also want to make a good documented record of what happened to go back later at any time and review things like testimony and what somebody said and, what actually happened and all of that. So it's a little different than some of the other channels, and it's a little slower pace too. There's a lot of people covering this. And I hesitated at first, I'll be honest, because so many people were covering it. I've actually been nervous the last couple of weeks because so many people are covering it. But I kind of had it on my list for the last, since 21. When I started just deciding to actually do one of my hobbies, true crime, on YouTube. At first, it was just conversations. But it started with the Morphew case and this case, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, and Johnny Depp and Marilyn Manson. Those were the four many years ago. It feels like forever ago that it started with. And so I just feel like wrapping up with this trial is appropriate because we did do the Vallow one, and I just want to see it all the way through, I also want to give you guys a heads up. During the Lori Vallow trial, some of the evidence, especially when it comes to the children and the conditions of the bodies and what they found, is very graphic. there will be no pictures, I'm assuming, because it's too much. But there will be testimony, and it is they use the real words, just like we do here on our channel. And so I just want to remind everybody: put yourselves first at all times. If you're uncomfortable or it feels on too much, hey, you don't even have to announce it or say anything. We all get it. Primary concern is that we all know when it's too much, for us, and there's no harm in just walking away. Nobody's going to judge you. I'm not going to think anything about it. I actually expect everybody put yourselves first. And because I don't want to put massive trigger warnings everywhere and blah, blah, blah. But let's use some common sense. Like, I don't want anyone to be too uncomfortable. Okay. Good morning. Look at the trees. It's nice to see you. Exactly, Mark. This is exactly how I feel about it. Um, but I've learned in the past, if I don't at least make that statement, like when I know ahead of time, I'm going to be getting a lot of stuff or messages and all on why didn't I say this, or why didn't I like let anybody know? Just to give you guys like a heads up. Most of you in the chat know that we always use the real language. We go like it is what it is, and we can all choose. We're grown-ups, and it's exactly how I approach it. If you want to get caught up on the case, some of the videos we've done over the last several years, I did put a link down there, and I'm going to be categorizing a lot of the videos for true crime that involved Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell updates all into one playlist. A lot of the evidence will be the same. It is the same crime. So there's going to be overlap from the Vallow trial. There's going to be a lot of the same evidence. But there's new stuff too, because remember, Chad Daybell's charges include 2 insurance fraud charges because of the life insurance policy on his wife, Tammy Daybell, and that was fraud, what he did there. And so there'll be evidence about that. He's actually being charged for Tammy Daybell's murder and the other murders, and not just conspiracy. He's got a first-degree murder charge and a conspiracy charge for each of the 3, for JJ Vallow, for Tylee Ryan, for Tammy Daybell. And his charges are slightly different. He's also facing a much more severe penalty, not just life in prison, but the option that the death penalty can be chosen by the jury after. Now that process is that we go through the jury trial first to find him guilty, and then they have to deliberate on whether or not he's guilty enough. They found extraordinary circumstances to apply the death penalty. So it will be the same jury that decides that. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Sheil, for the little content warning. That's about as graphic as it has to get. Like, I don't like when all the bells and whistles go off. Like, so I appreciate it. It should be pretty chill. I mean, in the beginning, I have to say that one of the most exciting parts of any trial for me is the opening statements. I like to watch the lawyers bring out their game, and they lay out. This is when they get to speak to the jury on what their case is going to be all about, and you get to know their styles a little bit. But I guess I should give you a warning about John Pryor, too. If any of you have been watching the jury deliberations in the selection process, not the deliberations, but the selection process, John Pryor can be a bit of a circle talker. Like, it's going to be, I mean, several of the prospective jurors had to say, "Excuse me, was there a question in there?" You know, could you repeat it? I don't know what you're asking me. Good morning, Sandra. It's good to see you. Hi, and Karen. If I didn't say hi, good morning. Good morning, Karen. And please, if I don't mention you as you come in as everything's going, please know you're welcome. I'm really glad that you're here. But we'll be, chatting in the chat back and forth. Does anyone else Does anyone have any questions on the like if you've not watched the trial here before on what'll happen? I don't want anybody sidelined or disappointed. It's gonna be a long day. It is. There was a jury schedule put out. There'll be breaks. There'll be a morning break for like 15 minutes. Lunch is scheduled to be a half hour to 45 minutes. I have seen them go longer, but it's supposed to be about 2 o'clock Eastern would be the lunch break. At that point, if anybody wants to come up and speak, just let me know. I'll drop the link, but I'll also when the lunch break comes, I will actually mention that again. Everyone is welcome to come up and talk a little bit if they like. Or I just ask that you have a good mic. You do not need camera. I actually prefer if you just use a photo. It's the whole channel was called Avatars Live for like a reason, just so that people could be more people who had not streamed or were comfortable with it could just pop on and off, make it a little interactive. Well, it will be through StreamYards, which just needs access to your camera and your mic, and you can even connect with a phone. True story. I did my whole first year of panel content talking about Johnny Depp and Marilyn Manson on an iPhone. Yeah, on different channels. Yeah. Good morning, Beck. Do you have your coffee? So does everybody have their coffee and snacks ready? Like, what is everybody abiding with this morning? Like, what kind of provisions have you brought in for watching opening statements? I'm curious. Good morning, beautiful Mandy. It's good to see you. Are you ready for this? Mandy, I've been dying to talk to you about John Pryor's circle talking during the jury selection. Like, did you catch any of that? Mandy's got coffee, cheese, and yogurt. You know what? For snack and for possibly some of my lunch, I'm gonna have a little bit of cheese. I actually picked a nice goat cheese for later. You caught all of it, Mandy. Like, are you ready for opening statements with John Pryor? Like, I think you're going to need a boost, something with an extra boost. I think he might like. I'm going to have to put a sleep warning on everything. What do you think? I don't know. Blueberry bagel, and it sounds fantastic with cream cheese. I have a bagel with cream cheese also. Cannabis and coffee. Look at the trees. I have a gummy for later if John Pryor annoys me too much. Actually, I actually put one aside for later. Uh, Jin said coffee, of course, and there was cake because one of the office mates got his master's degree. Well, congratulations to your office mate. And cake is always nice, especially free cake. Well, cake you didn't have to bake. Extra surprise cake with your coffee is always a good treat. That's nice. Yeah, that is. Uh, I'm glad you guys are here to do this with me. This is nice. I won't be sitting here talking to myself, which is really you does everybody know, if you don't have a channel, well, maybe Beck, you could probably back me up on this. Is that like one of you ever think about that, Beck, that you're gonna push that live button and nobody's gonna be there in the chat? Do you know that there's a thought that just flashes across my mind every time I push that button? Mm. Oh, you have to work, Mindy. Listen, I did want to tell you that they posted the lunch times. There's a morning break and afternoon break, but they posted the lunchtime break, which will be about, they said anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes, but I expect it'll be longer. But they said 2 p.m. EST. So I do believe that that is like 11 o'clock your time. I don't know, somewhere around there, right? But you're welcome, Mindy. I'm going to drop a link so whoever's in the chat during the lunch break or even the break, if the only thing I'm going to do is instead of to keep the system After the break or after the lunch, we're going to drop instead of sitting there, if it's okay, like whoever comes up. I'm very excited that a new computer is going to make this process so much easier in the future. I can't wait. Oh,
Thank you. Good to see you.
I will be muting. I have their volume full up. So let's see if we can hear well. Please tell me in the chat if that banner is too much with the witness. I see that it's just...
All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record now on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Let me confirm with our tech people and clerks here, is the broadcast on?
Yeah.
Thank you. The court will note that as we get started, there is a courtroom conduct order in effect that you've all been advised. Please pay attention to the terms of that order, including making sure you don't have any devices that would go off and interrupt proceedings. No recording within this courtroom or photography of any type. The court is providing public access through the open proceedings as well as the live stream that's being conducted. With the court's live stream, we have, I think, good technology in place to accomplish that. If something comes up that interrupts the live broadcast of this trial, and this will be throughout the trial, we'll give an opportunity to try to get that started again. However, if there's going to be any kind of significant delay in the live stream broadcast, the court will be continuing on with the proceedings, so there may be gaps in that, but I think our technology is in place that hopefully that won't occur. But just so those listening in understand, if it does come up, we likely will not pause the trial longer than necessary to make that accommodation. At this time, I'll note also for the benefit of counsel, we do have all 18 jurors, our 12 jurors with 6 alternates have arrived this morning, and everyone has submitted their juror affirmation sheet regarding following the court's admonishment while they've been gone. No issues to bring up on the affirmations of the jurors. So with that in mind, then let me go to the state, knowing the state is here present. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, counsel. All right, before we bring the jurors in, which we'll do very shortly here, I also, as we are getting started and before the jurors are sworn and we take evidence, is there, I believe we've already had a motion to exclude witnesses. Let me just clarify on the record, is there going to be a motion to exclude witnesses through evidence portion of the trial made by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. So,
Very well. The court will reaffirm then there has been a motion to exclude witnesses. So as the state begins with its case in chief, keep that in mind that they are not permitted to observe the trial proceedings, including the live stream. The only exception would be for a witness. If they statutorily qualify as a victim, then they are permitted to observe the proceedings. So each witness is going to be questioned whether or not they've observed any trial proceedings, and I would instruct the state and then follow the defense if they have witnesses to make sure that the exclusionary rule is followed. Does the state have any questions on that matter?
Your Honor, the state would just clarify and just make counsel in the court aware. It's the state's understanding that through the Constitution and statutorily, victims have a right to remain in the courtroom throughout the proceedings, regardless of whether or not they are victims. And we have discussed that with defense counsel and made the court aware of who we think there may be a crossover with, meaning individuals that may be present and also witnesses. But statutorily, they would have the right to be here. So including any of the defendant's children, as well as, since they were Tammy's children, as well as siblings, sometimes grandparents, The court made a ruling last year in the Lori Vallow case. I think if we're following a similar guideline, those are the individuals that we would just note for the record may be present at times, but should have the right to be present throughout the proceedings. In addition, I would just note for the record that we do have our case agent who will be present for the duration of the proceedings, and that's Chief Deputy Vince Kaikamani.
Okay, and the state's permitted their case agent as it relates to victims. The court agrees they are permitted to see the proceedings, including if they are a witness. We would take up on a witness by witness basis whether or not they fall within the statutory qualifications permitting that. And I know the state's aware of the issue. We'll make rulings tested as to whether or not they would qualify and are later called to testify. Mr. Pryor from the defense, any further comment or questions on the exclusionary ruling?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time then we will have the jurors brought in.
Yes, sir.
All rise. Oh, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bale. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're on the record on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We're ready to proceed with opening arguments and initial instructions this morning to you as jurors. The court notes that the prosecution is present as well as the defendant and the defense attorney representing him as well. We have qualified this panel of 18 jurors consisting of our 12 jurors with 6 alternates, and they are now seated for trial. Let me start with the state and ask, will the state agree that the jury has now been properly seated and ready to be sworn?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Will the defense agree as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning this morning. You're now seated as jurors in the case before us. As previously been told, I'm Steven W. Boyce, the District Judge of Fremont County in charge of this courtroom trial. I'll briefly reintroduce you to some of our court personnel assisting here today. Shannon Holstein, seated to my right, is the clerk who is keeping minutes of the trial proceedings, will be marking trial exhibits and administering oaths to you as jurors and to the witnesses. We do have our courtroom bailiffs as well who assist with keeping order in the courtroom and helping the jury move about where they're supposed to throughout the day, and in enforcing any conduct orders we have in effect here for the trial. Our court reporter today, Ingrid Bland, is taking a stenographic record of everything said during the trial proceedings, and my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, seated to the far right, who assists me with legal research and administrative matters that come up throughout each day of trial. Each one of you has been qualified, examined, and selected to serve as a juror of this court. The clerk will now have a roll call of our seated jurors. Please, Madam Clerk, if you would conduct the roll call. As to each juror, once your juror number is announced, please just indicate present or here verbally so we acknowledge that on the record. Madam Clerk.
Juror 27, present. Juror 219,
Here.
Juror 505,
Here.
Juror Juror 631.
Here.
Juror 653.
Here.
Juror 686.
Present.
Juror 752.
Present.
Juror 1680. Present. Juror 823.
Here.
Juror 1358.
Here.
Juror 1365. Here. Juror 716. Here. Juror 751.
Here.
Juror 997.
Here.
Juror 1078. Juror 1577. Here. Juror 1271. Juror 1382. Present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. State is here represented in this trial by Lyndsey Blake, Fremont County prosecutor. Ms. Blake, could you please stand briefly? Also, Rob Wood is the Madison County prosecutor. Ingrid Batey is a special assistant prosecutor. And Rocky Wixom is a Fremont County deputy prosecutor. The defendant in this case, Mr. Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Carter. Thank you, counsel. In a few moments, the clerk will read you a redacted version of the amended indictment in this case. That document is not to be considered as evidence. It sets forth the charges against the defendant. You must not consider it as evidence of guilt and not be influenced by the fact that charges have been filed. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges contained in the amended indictment. And please remember, again, it's a description of charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions I will later give you to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is or what the law should be or what any lawyer in the state the law to be. During this course of the trial, including opening statements, you're instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including using the internet or social media or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. And do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. The court's given you that instruction now multiple times, and I will continue to give you that instruction. And again, that's not because I don't think you're not paying attention. It's just important enough. We'll keep reiterating that. And I will note we received the juror affirmations today from each of the jurors indicating they have followed that instruction. So thank you for that. At this time then, the next matter we'll take up is to have this jury placed under oath for trial. At this time then, Madam Clerk, if you're ready to administer the oath, I'll have the jurors stand and be placed under oath. When you stand, then please raise your right hands.
You solemnly swear or affirm you will try the cause now on trial and a true verdict rendered herein according to the law and the evidence, so help you God.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the jurors have already been advised of some of our trial procedures in this case, and I'll just give you some additional general information here. Our normal schedule is to run trial from 8:30 each day until 3:30. At times that will need to be modified for certain reasons. Sometimes we have matters to be argued outside of your presence. Sometimes during the recesses, they may seem to go long because we're conducting other court business outside of your presence. But we will take recesses through the morning and also in the afternoon. If anyone is uncomfortable, needs a break or recess for some specific reason, please notify the bailiff and we'll do our best to accommodate each of you and keep you comfortable while you're here. In addition, if anyone has any kind of accommodations they need, for example, assistance with a hearing device, other matters, please notify the bailiff again, and we want to make sure you are as comfortable as you can be and able to be alert and attentive throughout the presentation of evidence in the case. These seats that you have been assigned to at this time will be your specific seat throughout the trial. Please return to that same assigned seat each day or after each break so that we are able to determine who's here and if someone's not for some reason, who's not here. If there are interruptions at times during the trial, I know that can be frustrating, but we'll work our best to keep those to a minimum, move the trial as long as efficiently as possible, but at times it just takes time to hear motions that are necessary outside of your presence. And then the courtroom and your location for deliberations, as well as during the trial where you'll be held. We've provided, of course, access to restrooms and other needs you may have. I'll address your compensation here. State law allows you for $10 a day for your jury service. However, after 5 days, that bumps up to $40 a day. So this trial is expected to go some time. You'll likely get into that increased range of compensation, and that's pursuant to Idaho Code 2215. You're also entitled, I believe, to a mileage reimbursement for travel each day, and that can further be explained to you if you have any questions. Also, you may notice from time to time, or a lot of the time, I'm looking at monitors here during the trial. I do have case information here and availability to access and research things from the bench. And so if you notice me looking at those monitors, it's generally to assist me in trial issues that come up. At this time, then the court will provide the jury with some additional jury instructions. As I read through these, it's somewhat lengthy, and I will notify you that you don't have to necessarily memorize everything I'm saying. When the trial is concluded and you deliberate, you will have printed copies of these instructions to return to for reference. And if you'll give me just a moment here, I have a brief inquiry to make with my staff attorney. All right, thank you. Now that you've been sworn as jurors to try this case, I'll go over with you what will be happening. I will describe how the trial will be conducted and what we will be doing. At the end of the trial, I'll give you more detailed guidance on how you are to reach your decision. Because the state has the burden of proof, it goes first. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement or may wait until the state has presented its case. The state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The defense may then present evidence that is not required to do so. If the defense does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence. This is evidence offered to answer the defense's evidence. After you have heard all of the evidence, I'll give you additional instructions on the law. After you've heard the instructions, the state and the defense will each be given time for closing arguments. In their closing arguments, they will summarize the evidence to help you understand how it relates to the law. Just as the opening statements are not evidence, neither are the closing arguments. After the closing arguments, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decision. During your deliberations, you will have with you my instructions, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and any notes taken by you in court. The defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of law. The charges against the defendant are contained in the amended indictment. The amended indictment is simply a description of the charges. It is not evidence. Jury instruction number 3. The defendant, Chad Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Daybell and or Alex Cox and or other co-conspirators. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant, Chad Daybell, in this case, and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving any alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant, Chad Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. Instruction number 4. It is alleged that the crimes charged were committed on or about or on or between a certain date. If you find a crime was committed, the proof need not show that it was committed on that precise date. Instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. Presumption of innocence means 2 things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Jury instruction number 6. A defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant may not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Jury instruction number 7. If during the trial I may say or do anything which suggests to you that I am inclined to favor the claims or positions of any party, you will not permit yourself to be influenced by any such suggestion. I will not express nor intend to express, nor will I intend to intimate any opinion as to which witnesses are or are not worthy of belief, what facts are or are not established, or what inferences should be drawn from the evidence. If any expression of mine seems to indicate an opinion relating to any of these matters, I will instruct you to disregard it. Jury instruction number 8. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instructions to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In doing so, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence you in your deliberations. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. This evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits offered and received, and any stipulated or admitted facts. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the trial, an objection may be made to a question asked a witness, or to a witness's answer, or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and are not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the trial, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law which should apply to this case. Sometimes that will occur over on the corner there, and we do have a device here that whites out the noise so you can't hear us speaking there. At other times, I'll excuse you from the courtroom so that you can be comfortable while we work out any problems with evidence. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time to help the trial run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with these terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted in this trial. However, the law does not require you to believe all of the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you must apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decisions simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to be given such an opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. During instruction number 9, at the conclusion of the trial, you will decide as to each charge whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you in making these decisions. That is a matter which must not in any way affect your verdict. During instruction number 10, the state is seeking the death penalty in this case. If the defendant is convicted of murder in the first degree, there will then be a separate sentencing phase of the trial. At that sentencing phase, additional evidence may be presented and the jury will be given additional instructions. At the conclusion of that hearing, the jury will then decide if the defendant will be sentenced to death. If the jury decides that the defendant will not be sentenced to death, either the defendant will be sentenced to a term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or the judge will sentence the defendant to a term of life imprisonment during which the defendant could not be paroled for at least 10 years and possibly for life. Jury instruction number 11. If you wish, you may take notes to help you remember what witnesses said. If you do take notes, please keep them to yourself until after you and your fellow jurors go to the jury room to decide the case. You should not let note-taking distract you so that you do not hear other answers by witnesses. When you leave at night, you'll leave your notes here with the bailiffs. If you do not take notes, you should rely on your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, you cannot assign one person the duty of taking notes for all of you. Jury instruction number 12. It is important that as jurors and officers of this court, you obey the following instructions at any time you leave the jury box, whether it be for recesses of the court during the day or when you leave the courtroom to go home at night. First, do not talk about the case among yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the trial. You should keep an open mind throughout the trial and not form or express an opinion about the case. You should only reach your decision after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard my final instructions, and after the final arguments. You may discuss this case with the other members of the jury only after it is submitted to you for your decision. All such discussions should take place in the jury room. Second, do not let any person talk about the case in your presence. If anyone does talk about it to you, tell them you're a juror of the case. If they won't stop talking, then report that to the bailiff or courtroom staff here as soon as you're able to do that. You should not tell your fellow jurors about what has happened. Third, during this trial, do not talk with any of the parties, their lawyers, or any witnesses. By this, I mean not only do not talk about the case, but do not talk at all, even to pass the time of day. In no other way can all parties be assured of the fairness they are entitled to expect from you as jurors. Fourth, during this trial, do not make any investigation of this case or inquiry outside of the courtroom on your own. Do not go to any place mentioned in the testimony without an order of the court to do so. You must not consult any books, records, internet, or any other source of information unless I specifically authorize you to do so. Fifth, do not read about the case in the newspapers. Do not listen to radio or television broadcasts about the trial. You must base your verdict solely on what is presented in court and not upon any newspaper, radio, television, or other media account of what may have happened. Each day you will be required, as I mentioned, to sign an affirmation that you will follow this admonition of the court. That concludes the court's first instructions then, and as I mentioned, you will be provided copies of those when you deliberate for further reference. Next, at this time then, I am going to have the clerk read the amended and redacted indictment to you. Madam Clerk, if you're ready to read the amended indictment, please do that at this time.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Daybell defendant, case number CR 22211623, amended indictment. Chad Daybell is accused by the grand jury of Fremont County of this indictment as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Noreen Ballo and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in first degree of Tylee Ryan and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 2, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019 in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions in Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being, to wit, either kill Tylee Ryan and or assist in the killing of Tylee Ryan, and or did encourage the killing of Tylee Ryan, and or did command another to kill Tylee Ryan in violation of Idaho. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Noreen Ballo and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020. Excuse me. In the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, that willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Joshua Jackson Ballo, hereinafter J.J. Ballo, and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 4, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions between Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, were not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill J.J. Ballo and or assist in the killing of J.J. Ballo, and or did encourage the killing of J.J. Ballo, and or did command another to kill J.J. Ballo in violation of Idaho code. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Noreen Ballo and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the County of Fremont, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Madison County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction in common scheme or plan in Fremont and Madison counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tammy Daybell, and did combine or conspire to commit murder, and one or more of such persons did enact to effect the object, combination, or conspiracy. Count 6, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on October 18 to 19, 2019, in the County of Fremont, State of Idaho, was concerned in the commission of first degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill Tammy Daybell and or assist in the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did encourage the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did command another to kill Tammy Daybell in violation of Idaho code. Count 7, insurance fraud. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 30, 2019, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or thing material to such claim, to wit, that present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Life Map Assurance Company in violation of Idaho code. Count 9, insurance fraud. That the defendant, Chad Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 31, 2019, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or material thing to such claim, to wit, did present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Primerica Life Insurance Company in violation of Idaho code. Signed as a true bill on the 24th day of May, 2021, and signed by the deputy presiding grand juror, acting as presiding grand juror in Fremont County, state of Idaho. And to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading the redacted amended indictment. In this case, again, I will advise the jurors, remember the indictment is a description of charges. It is not evidence. That concludes the court's opening instructions and the reading of the indictment. The jury's been sworn as well. The next matter we would take up then are opening statements. We inquire of the state, is the state ready to proceed with openings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will be giving the opening statement?
I will remember.
Very well. Mr. Wood, you may present your opening.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
I think we do have one. Might take us a moment to get it over to you.
And then I do have a PowerPoint attached.
All right.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's for the HDMI. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you.
Two dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019. The next month, his wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling. And the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just.
Sorry, Mr. Wood. Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I got it working now.
Okay.
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
Yeah, look, I think your mic's off.
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time. So
You might have that read. You want to confirm the screen as well?
Your Honor, it's up on the screen and it's plugged into the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not. Transfer. I don't know if there's any one person out there that.
Let's see if we can get some help to maybe see if we can get the signal to work on that.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on the mic. Is that not working?
Check.
Okay, that's.
Apologies for the interruption. Writing down. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, JJ. JJ was a 7-year-old boy on the autism spectrum. He required extensive special care needs. He loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. October 26th, 2018. That was the day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah, where they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At this time, both still married to other spouses. That introduction set in motion the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next through the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had lived together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together. Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words, how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions. More than anything else, Chad's obsession with Lori was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to earth to perform a special mission. And part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future. One free from what they called obstacles. And those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who oppose them were labeled sometimes as dark spirits or even zombies. This was more than an alleged belief of frightening labor. The evidence will show that it was a convenient narrative that dehumanized people who stood in their way and who were labeled as obstacles. This narrative gave them the pretext to remove people from this world for their own good. Chad and Lori preached that only through spiritual intervention, what they sometimes called casting, sometimes through burning, or even through death, that these dark spirits be cleansed. Enter Alex Cox, Lori's devoted brother. Chad and Lori manipulated Alex with promises of spiritual rewards. They wielded their influence over Alex, drawing him into their plotting and planning of their own future. After the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell gave Alex a blessing. This blessing was reported by Lori, who was present. And in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned the privilege to be a member of their exclusive religious group." And he also said to him, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid." But you will also see other text messages. Chad and Lori discussed more earthly concerns, that Alex could be the one to implicate them. Alex knew this as well. Shortly before he died, on December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zulana Pastenis, who you will hear from, he was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's fall guy. Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad Daybell's path to a new life. Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as dark by the defendant, was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her. Upon learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8th, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's third husband. According to this defendant, JJ Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also poignant. Later, his bound body was discovered buried in Chad's backyard, his death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual labeled as a dark spirit to be removed. On October 9th of 2019, she reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, she died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die in early death. Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on the beach in Kauai, Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's social security funds, they could live the life that Chad and Lori wanted. Nothing was going to stand in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, reality soon shattered their bliss. Two things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow's nephew-in-law, a man named Brandon Boudreaux, was shot at in Arizona by someone from what he believed was Tyler's Jeep. Law enforcement in Arizona investigating Brandon's shooting contacted law enforcement in Fremont County, Idaho, to look for Alex Cox and for Tyler's Jeep. And you'll hear that that Jeep was later found in Rexburg, Idaho, in Madison County. Meanwhile, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, concerned that she hadn't seen or heard from him in months, asked police for help. The police followed up and located Lori in Rexburg, Idaho, where the police did a welfare check at Lori's apartment. Law enforcement arrived at Lori's door on November 26, 2019. When asked about Lori, Chad first told law enforcement he didn't know her very well, despite the fact that they were married and had been in a relationship for over a year. Lies by Lori to police about JJ and Tyler's whereabouts, and then a move to Hawaii, and Lori's unwillingness to present her children to law enforcement to prove their well-being led to her arrest and extradition. As Lori refused to produce her children, law enforcement continued their search for Tyler and JJ. During that search, they located a unique text message that this defendant, Chad Daybell, had sent to his wife, Tammy, on September 9, 2019, which was the day after Tyler Bryant's last known appearance. You'll hear from the FBI agent who found that message, that this message seemed longer than his usual text to Tammy, and it had a more conversational tone. In that text, Chad claimed he had an interesting morning, that he'd shot a raccoon, that he'd buried it in what they called the pet cemetery, and that he'd had a fire on the property where he burned some limb debris. When law enforcement finally went to the defendant's property the following June, they didn't find a raccoon. They found Tyler's burnt remains that were buried in the pet cemetery. And they found JJ nearby, buried under a tree near a pond. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been told this would be a lengthy trial. You will hear from many witnesses. You will hear a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of dates. The following is just a timeline of major events to help understand when these things took place. October 26, 2018, Chad and Lori meet in St. George, Utah. July 11, 2019, Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, was shot and killed by Alex Cox. Between August 31st and September 1st, Lori, Alex Cox, and Tyler and JJ moved to Rexburg, Idaho, just a few miles south of the defendant's home. Tyler's last known sighting was September 8, 2019. The text I just spoke of about the raccoon was sent by the defendant to his wife September 9th, 2019. JJ's last known sighting you'll hear about September 22nd. The attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona was October 2nd. The shooting I mentioned of Tammy, the shooting at her, the unsuccessful shooting, October 9th, 2019. Tammy's death, October 19th, 2019. 17 days later, Chad and Lori married in Hawaii. Law enforcement did a welfare check looking for JJ November 26, 2019 in Rexburg, Idaho. November 26th and 27th, Chad and Lori leave town. June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ's remains are found on Chad's property. As I said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from a lot of witnesses. And there's going to be kind of different groups of evidence you're going to hear from. You'll hear from law enforcement, some of whom will give you a broad overview of the investigation and what they did, how the search for Tylee and JJ turned to a case of murder. You'll hear how it began by people who knew Lori and Chad, the James and Elena. You'll hear about the James and Elena story and about their relationship with each other and how they pursued their dream, their plan for a life together. You'll hear in the defendant's own words, people referred to as obstacles, how they need to be gotten rid of. You're going to hear financial evidence. You'll hear from an FBI forensic accountant and a detective, a Social Security administrative investigator who will talk about the finances involved in this case. You'll hear more from law enforcement, from multiple law enforcement agencies, the Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, Social Security Administration, about the investigation into these crimes. You will see forensic evidence. You'll see DNA testing to identify the body of Tylee. You'll see DNA testing that showed that DNA from Tylee was found on at least 2 tools in the defendant's shed. You'll hear digital evidence dealing with geolocation data tied to certain phones that were used in this case. You'll hear from Hawaii law enforcement about searches they performed in Hawaii on the defendant and his wife. And finally, you will hear many of this defendant's own words. You will hear voice recordings of this defendant. You'll hear, recorded phone calls between him and his wife, Chad Daybell. You'll read multiple texts that he and Lori sent back, and other texts he sent. Chapter 9, what's unwritten. The defendant stands before you today, charged with multiple crimes. First-degree murder for the death of Tammy Daybell. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of JJ Vallow. Conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception, the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception for the death of JJ Vallow, and insurance fraud. Two dead children buried in this defendant's backyard. The next month, his wife, dead, in their bed. 17 days later, this defendant marries Lori Vallow. Members of the jury, days or probably weeks from now, when the evidence in this trial is fully unfolded, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. And at that time, we will ask you to end this horrible narrative. Your verdict will be the link that writes the final chapter of this tragic saga. A chapter that delivers justice for Tammy, justice for JJ, and justice for Tylee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That will conclude the opening statement of the state. Mr. Pryor, a couple of questions. First, is the defense going to give an opening statement now or defer until later? And second, if you are going to give an opening statement, would we take a mid-morning recess or go forward?
Judge, could we take a short recess? And I have a
Okay, I think this is a good time then for our mid-morning break. We'll go ahead and take that now. And then that's concluded, Mr. Pryor can give his opening statement to the defense.
All rise.
Well, looks like we've got a break for a few minutes. Let me just put this. We'll do this. Nope, we'll do this so we don't miss anything. How's that? Well, that was some opening statement. First break. I'm wondering, what do you guys think if we will actually get our first witnesses? It looks like possibly even depending on how long John Pryor goes. And I feel like I should give you a warning, another trigger warning about John Pryor. It could be quite rambling. During jury selection, he made sure to let everybody know he was the only defense attorney, and there were 4 prosecuting attorneys at the other table. And there was a little bit of whining going on. But we'll see. I'm curious to see what kind of a defense they're going to put forward. Remember, the defense is not obligated to put witnesses up or evidence in their defense. The prosecution has all of the responsibility of proving the case here. The burden is on prosecution. Yep. Yeah, Anna and Liam remarking on the 17 days. That is like the nail in the coffin when the jury starts to hear that your wife conveniently passes away after years and years of marriage, and you're having an illicit affair, and then you're marrying your mistress within days, and it's a big insurance payout. How people don't think that that's like big red flags, like why they think they would have got away with this, just really shows me how delusional they were. Absolutely delusional. Yes, Juju, I believe that came up in Lori Vallow's trial, that they ordered the rings before his wife died. Yeah. Because I think part of where John Pryor might be leaning is that Lori had him mesmerized. I guess John Pryor's forgetting about all the books and that he was like a magnet to Lori. Lori was actually enthralled with him in his philosophy on religion and this new stuff this prophecy that he was putting up, all of that zombie stuff and everything. It was Chad who said that they were married secretly by spirit while they were having their affair before Tammy died, before they were officially married and went away. Well, I think they were just drunk on each other, Liam says, drunk on their own sense of how much smarter they are than others. Yes, that they had found a likeness in each other that they couldn't find in anyone else. And for us, looking from the outside, it seems a bit that similarity was a bit of not dealing with reality. Yeah. I hear you, Juju. Let me just put that up. I will never understand why people come to the conclusion that murder is the answer and not just divorce. Exactly. Like, walk away, also abuse, torment, ridicule, all of that. If you're not happy, walk away, like sometimes things just don't work out. I don't know why you can't just have a divorce. I mean, I know they had children and all, and it would have been messy, and he would have looked like the bad guy. But he is the bad guy. He's having an affair. He fell for someone else. Like, own up to it and walk away. Why ruin everybody's life? There are children without a mother now. There are children who lost their lives. There's a woman who did not deserve, after all the years with you, to be treated that way at all, because you fell for someone else or because you believed in this prophecy. It's crazy. But when I look at Chad Daybell, I don't really see a preacher for him to actually bring all these people in. I mean, am I alone? When you look at him, now I haven't seen any of his speeches or testimonials on when he's speaking about his idea about this religion, but I have looked at some of his book. It wasn't really convincing. I mean, it's not like he's like this mesmerizing personality. Hmm. One of the other true crime YouTubers came forward and said in the courts that in where he's being held at county jail, they actually refer to him as Slug. Yes, Slug, Slug. How he moves, the way he is, kind of the slow reaction to everything. He just doesn't have what I would call a mesmerizing personality. I mean, you look at Lori Vallow and you puts on that big grin and all, and you could see that she's trying to shine on people. Like she does have some charisma. Well, I just don't get the charm in Chad Daybell. I just don't. I mean, mm. He just doesn't. I don't know. Like maybe it's in how he talks or something. And I've not had that experience. I have not really heard his voice much. Has anyone else? I agree with you, Juju. If anybody asked me to hurt my pet or anyone else, I'd be out. I'd be out. If they made me hurt Arnolda to be with them in any way, I would be like, why? Oh, I do think she's quite the manipulator, Liam. She's used to getting her way. Well, you can see it on her. You could see the way that she was focusing on the cameras. In the first trial, part of having such strict rules about the cameras and kicking everybody out of the courtroom was because of that. Because she was focusing on the media, you know. And she was always staring at the camera. She was wanted to look really good. She flashed that smile getting in and out of the police cars. Uh, in speaking in the investigation, in the interviews, and everything. Like always trying to throw on the charm. Exactly, Liam. Like you could see that she was trying to manipulate the whole thing. Well, could she have manipulated Chad? I don't think so. I think Chad's just as much a manipulator. I just don't think he's charismatic. You know. Oh, and I see that Charles Manson was so freaky, but during that time of with sex and drugs and music and whatever, he used everything. You know, he was just wacky. You know. You look back at it now and you're like, how could anybody believe anything he said? You know? Juju says she saw some old interviews of him and he just appears to be a nerd spewing nonsense. Exactly. Like, I haven't seen a lot of it, but I wasn't very impressed with what I did see or what I read. Yeah. It reminds me of the dude who started Scientology. Oh, L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah. Exactly. Like he's just like maybe that's where he got his idea. L. Ron invented a whole religion to get over not being accepted for what he wanted to do in society. He'd lost trust and divorce, treated shabbily. Nobody was on into it. So he just created his own little environment. Lived on a boat, like so he didn't have to follow certain rules. Yeah. Mm. That's what they said. Everybody said he was mesmerizing. He had Juju in regards to Charles Manson. That and it always involved drugs and ceremony and mystery, and like he had a way of talking that like kind of just brought you in. But it was clearly insanity. Clearly. Yeah. When you think that you know the trick and can't be fooled is when you are easiest to fool. That is a paraphrase of something which magicians use. I get that. Like when you think that you're above it or smarter than it, you've actually made the inroad for them to get to you. Exactly, Mandy. They couldn't deal with the way the world is, so they made their own. Yeah. Losers who can't make it, so they become cult leaders. Exactly. And the sad part is it's so damaging the people that they bring in with them. And they have absolutely no no empathy for what they're doing to others in regards to it. Oh, beware of the quiet ones. Yes. Yes. Yes and no. You never know, right, Anna? Like you never know, you know. Juju says she watched an interview with the mentalist, and he was saying the more educated a person was, the easier they were to trick. They are trained to think narrowly. It was quite interesting. Exactly. Hmm. Yes, narcissists have absolutely no empathy. I agree, Mark. In many of criminals have narcissistic tendencies in just like borderline personality disorders that just keep them from relating to others or taking responsibility how what their actions affect others. Yes, the amazing Randy and Darren Brown. Yeah, I get it, Liam. What is true? It can be applied. Yeah. Also. Mhm. He said 15-minute break. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did he say like 15 minutes? I was surprised. Like the opening statement only took about an hour. Do you think John Pryor is going to take more than an hour? Or did he? I think they have a limit, right? Like, did he say he was only giving them an hour each? This is funny, Choo. I get it. I'm paraphrasing a random dude on YouTube. I bought what he was saying, though, so perhaps I should consider that. Damn you, college education, making me fall for things. Exactly, Choo. I'm gonna mess this up. Quan Jin. There's always a bigger fish. Oh, Juju, have you read Firestarter by King? Says Jin. The father stated it was harder to push those of lower intelligence. Exactly. They just don't want to believe. I get it. Once they're stuck on something, it's harder to change their mind. It's true. We see a lot of that in America right now, don't we, Jin? Hmm? And it's always just fascinating. You know, I'm a little bit of a loss without a witness list here today, so we'll have to listen carefully to who they put on the stand in when. Because like I would like to keep it straight for the timestamps later and also to document the record. So anybody that here's the name, if you can help me with the full names, that would be great. If you hear it clearly, to just type it out. I'll be doing the best I can to keep it all straight. And then I'll probably have to research after the stream who they are, where they came from, or what, if we can't get the information when they go on strike. Sometimes it goes too fast. Oh, Liam. Rocket Cap says, why do I sense we have picked up another pathetic life form? Liam, your Jedi mind tricks won't work on me. Goes to fridge and eats a whole block of cheese. Oh my god. This is fun. That's funny. No. Mm. Mm. So what did you guys think of Rob Wood's style? You know, he's very just like, I guess the word would be pragmatic. He just laid it out, you know. It's definitely like no crepe, no waters, huh? No flapping of the arms or emphasis or booming voice. Yeah. What? Oh, Sean, I don't want to be a cult leader. No, no. I don't want to start a cult or be in a cult. Like, I want all free thinking individuals around me. Absolutely, at all times. Yeah. Please don't look to me for the answers on anything. I'll just give you the information. It's up to you to formulate your own answers to the questions. I'll just give you the information. Yeah. I bought a porterhouse steak at the butcher shop because the butcher used the force on me. I caught the joke, but bought the steak because it made me laugh. Once again, I blame college. College has got you buying steaks. That's hysterical, Juju. I'll tell you. Did you, Juju? I liked it. It's just the facts. I like the can you believe this bullshit tone? He did. He was just like, he had that, I guess the word was incredulous. You know, I kept thinking that word as he was stating there, like he couldn't believe that this is the facts of the case. Yes, like he wants to just look at the jury and say, can you believe I have to tell you this? Like, this actually happened. Can you believe it? This is outrageous. Like, yeah. Not wanting to be a cult leader is the perfect reason we should make you the leader of this cult. This is not a cult. No, because to be a cult, you have to all be thinking on one thing. There's one set of rules, and it's like a my way or the highway kind of thing. And I'm totally not that. And this place is totally not that. We cannot be a cult. Sorry, I'm gonna veto the cult. The cheese and chocolate cult does sound nice though, Sean. Like, and I would like, there'd be free coffee for everyone, like, you know. But I would much rather focus on the happy commune, you know, the happy people commune that we want to put together, which is not really like a cult, but bunch of free spirits. All individuals. I know. He didn't include fluff or make you feel like he was embellishing. He let the facts speak. Exactly. And these facts are horrifying and exact as it is. And that's the scary part. Yeah. Yep. You know, it was very calm. Juju's like, that speech was very cult-like. Let me convince them they aren't in a cult. Give them all plausible deniability, and then this goes south. I know. Very clever, Claire. Yeah, like just like what Leah was saying, you are all free-thinking individuals. We are all free-thinking individuals. Right? Got that. I'm like, yes, yes. I'm using mind control on you all. We are in the cult. Mm. Mark says free spirit sounds like a cult I would join. Is there free beers? Well, it could be. We have a few beer drinkers in the group. Definitely. I think beer would be abundant in our happy commune. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you'd be more than welcome, Mark. You're just the kind of person who would just probably really enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah. Do I need to pass the collection plates now? Just Chin. The cult that refuses to pass the collection plate or make anybody do anything. Yeah, it's the cult of like, do what you want. Like, yeah. I had you at cheese, Sean. I do love cheese. I know some people don't, but I am a cheese lover. Hmm. Jin says, in this cult, we do not accept cash, only gummies. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to turn the gummies away. I put them in my mustache. Yep. You're right, Annie. Anna, a foodies cult is pretty much basically, we always end up talking about food, don't we all? Even in the middle of a trial. Like, no matter what, we're always talking about food. Mhm. Juju's accusing me of classic manipulation. You are free to do what you want, and what you want is to be in this cult. I'm just not going to be able to get out of this one, am I? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll just give in then. Okay. Like, if you want to make it a cult, it's a cult. But you guys are making it a cult, and you're going to have to pick a different leader because I don't want to be a cult leader. But I still hang with you all. It's like I just refuse. All good cults need a scapegoat. Oreos, anyone? Oh my gosh, you didn't rocket couch? You're going, oh my gosh. No, don't. No POs. No POs. No. Yes. Trebuchet ammo. Yes. Oh my gosh. Let's blame the Oreos. Yeah, the cult would call them no POs, Juju. We are the, yes. Absolutely. The Oreos are the scapegoat. I don't know. Actually, in the library, the scapegoat is that damn bot, the snarky bot. He's going amok. Like, did you see what it was doing on April Fool's Day? It was like attacking all the other bots. And that wasn't anything the mods programmed. Like, that came from the actual bot programmers. They did that. They put that in there. It was crazy. It was very amusing in some parts, but it was kind of disturbing. Hmm. Juju says we are defenders of the cult. We fell into right into our roles and didn't even realize exactly. We just walk right in and it was like nothing, right? Just comfortable. That's what happens. You're on to me now, Liam. Stare into the eyes of this otter. Understand the otter. Be the otter. Become one with your otterishness. Now you are ready to take over the government. Yes, otters rules. Non-otters drool. Yes, otters rule. Yeah, I'm all with that. If we're talking otter cult, like, hey, I'm there. I'm there. Yeah, class action suit against Oreos. You know, if there was a way, I'm sure Juju would be on it, Sean. Like, they have gone too far. They have gone way too far. Yeah, there probably was in the setup, but I didn't bother to go do it. I just let it do its thing. I just thought it was like so amazing the way they did that on. You could turn it off, but I have it on. Like, as you know, because that bot goes nuts in the Discord. I may appear to be a goat. Yes, your picture is very goatish. Jin. What's this one? Anna needs more mind melting with that positive Oreo statement. There, Anna. We are here to help. Because of the chocolate mint Oreos. Isn't that John, one of John's favorites too? I think, but there was like one or two Oreos that I could tolerate. But I do think that the Oreo company itself, Nabisco, is going absolutely like insane with all of the different flavors. Like, they can stop trying to take over the world with Oreo flavors, ruining culinary taste everywhere. I'm serious. Like, some of the like that last one that I tasted that had the pop rocks in that was disgusting. It was like nothing but chemical warfare in my mouth. Why they couldn't leave it as just an Oreo? Make vanilla Oreos, make black and white Oreos, like half vanilla, half chocolate. You know, the dark chocolate Oreo was good. Like, don't get crazy. Like churro Oreos, coconut, yeah, chocolate hazelnut that just sounded like smelled like a chemical explosion. I loved it. Like regular Oreos were cool, you know. And I know we can't get John out of that Nabisco cult, Juju. I don't know what to do. He's really on to the Oreo thing. Yes, Juju, they sucked us in, didn't they? Look at all the Oreos that I bought to do that stream. Like, I couldn't even give that stuff away. Like, in the boys, like, they normally, when they're visiting, they would eat, like, everything. But there were certain flavors of Oreos that they, like, just took one cookie and they were like, nope, thanks, okay, never mind. You know? I like, when I tell you I couldn't even give them away, it's pretty sad. Yeah. Liam, stay virginal in that area. He says he's never bought an Oreo in his life, and I hope that you never will. Cherry bomb Oreos? What is it, like dark cherry filling or something? Like, ooh. Mm. I hadn't seen that flavor yet. How long did he say this break was going to be? Does anyone remember? I'm trying to do the write down for the timestamps in between. All I know is that John Pryor will be next, right? And come to think of it, like Rob Wood wasn't even an hour; it was a half hour, because I wrote down that he started at 11:38. He was done like at 12 something. Yeah. Okay. I volunteer to dispose of everyone's unwanted Oreos. Okay, Rocket Couch, I'll keep that in mind, because if we have to do it again, I would definitely send them all to you. Yep. What? Aunt Jer, welcome. They make white peach oolong tea Oreos? I have to go look. Like, did I miss that? Like, that's crazy. Was it real? That's really insane. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I had to answer a phone call. Let's see. I can't believe we're talking about Oreos, Juju. It's like, this is a trial, and we're up here talking about Juju. Oh, that's right. You
Okay,
sold
we can
them in
see
the Asian store. Okay, here we go back.
Please have the chair, bro.
We're back.
All rise.
Whenever I see the judge standing, I miss Judge Newman from the murder trial. And he used to always have us stretch.
Very present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We've concluded our morning recess. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the time we'll next have opening statements by the defense. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have the post permission to enter the well?
You may.
Thank you.
And maybe check that microphone to make sure it is working.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As an introduction, I'm John Pryor. I'm the defense attorney for Mr. Daybell. And I'm from Meridian, Idaho. I'm an attorney from Meridian, Idaho, over here on the west side of the state. I want to talk to you a little bit today. And at my age, video presentations are not something that would come easy to me. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my view of the case and the facts and evidence. And what's important are facts and evidence. I think that when we went through the jury selection process, we talked about facts and we talked about evidence. And the judge gave you an instruction to talk to you a little bit about you take into consideration the facts of this case and not be distracted by other things. Don't be distracted by speculation. Don't be distracted by guesses or assumptions or hunches. It all comes down to facts and evidence. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the facts and evidence in this case. Chad Daybell, and I'm learning this, and I've had some time to learn about this because it didn't come natural to me. But Chad Daybell went on what's called a mission early on in his life. And I guess what a mission is, I'm not familiar with that, but I guess what a mission is they go away to a location and they talk to people about their religious beliefs. And Chad's faith, that was important as part of his faith. And when they return from these missions, they start the process of moving on with their lives. And when Chad got back from doing his mission in New Jersey, he met Tammy Daybell. Another fact that I discovered, and you'll hear a little bit about, is that Chad had an extended engagement, had an extended by his faith standards romance before they got married. Chad and Tammy dated for approximately 6 months. And what I understand is by their nature, 6 months is an extended dating process before you end up getting married. So after 6 months, they got married. They were married in Utah and proceeded then to have children. They have 5 children, now all 5 adult children. At some point, they moved back here to Idaho, or moved to Idaho, and they started a small publishing company. And you'll hear testimony that the publishing company was predominantly run by Tammy. Tammy managed it. Tammy was the brains behind the company. And Tammy basically took the reins and did everything that was necessary to move this publishing company. It was a small publishing company, a very small publishing company. And what they did is basically publish books. Chad would write these books, and he would write these books about his religious experiences. In his faith, he had certain beliefs, the faith that he practiced. You know, when he went on his mission, when he, read his interpretation of the books that he used for his faith, he started writing books about things that were consistent with his faith. Things like premonitions. We've all heard of premonitions, about being able to predict things, about being able to see maybe when things happen. And some people believe in that, some people don't. Some people have personally experienced that, or I've been here before. But he writes about his premonitions. He writes about good and evil. and what it means to be good, and what it means to be evil. He writes about dark and light. He writes about subjects that are a little darker, like death, and maybe the coming of the end of things, and when his Savior in his mind is going to come back, and maybe there'll be some kind of a redemption of some sort. But his books covered a lot of subjects like that, and they were all based on fiction. In other words, he was writing these books about theories and things that came into his head, and he would write these stories. But he also wrote children's books, and he wrote books for teenagers, and he wrote these books about adventures and then some crazy ideas about things that kids and teenagers get involved in. In about October of 2018, Chad was going out and he was invited by one of the witnesses that you'll hear in this case to speak about his books. And this was not uncommon. He would travel and he would be asked to say, well, come and talk about some of the things that you believe in. You've talked about these premonitions, some life experiences. You're going to hear testimony about that. And he was invited on one particular occasion in late October. And he attended this, and while he was there trying to sell his books, and like most of us who are business people, the focus of these meetings really was for Chad to try to get his books published, because that's how he made a living. And he was there in one of his booths trying to promote his books, and he laid them out there. And this beautifully stunning woman named Lori Vallow comes up, and she starts giving him a lot of attention. And she pursued him. And she encouraged him. And you'll hear testimony that she went so far as to grab behind the booth and sort of help him in trying to sell some of his books. She obviously had an interest, and maybe she felt that he was this publisher, or maybe she had an opinion. You'll hear testimony about that. And then after the seminar, there was a length of time where there was no contact between the two of them, a month and a half, 2 months. And during that time, Chad Daybell went on his day-to-day life. He'd been married to Tammy for some 29 years, has no remarkable background of any kind. I think the testimony we'll offer will show he had a speeding ticket in 2005. But Lori Vallow was a different story. Lori Vallow was someone who, right out of high school, married her first husband. You'll hear testimony about this. That marriage was very short-lived, very short-lived. She then married husband number 2 a few years later. And again, very short-lived marriage. And there's some testimony indication that there were some problems with the marriage that caused the breakup. But the concern seems to be, the theme seems to be that Lori's brother, Alex, and you're going to hear about Alex Cox. Alex Cox was Lori's protector. Alex Cox would do anything and everything to protect, aid, and assist Lori Vallow in whatever her endeavors, without unbridled question, anything. And if Alex Cox even perceived that there was a problem, Alex Cox reacted. You're going to hear testimony that in 2007, I believe it was in August of 2007, Lori Vallow had finished up going through her third marriage with Joseph Ryan. It was a tumultuous, you'll hear testimony that it was a tumultuous marriage, a terrible marriage. Lori Vallow made accusations against Joseph Ryan of abusing their child, Tylee. Yes, the same Tylee. And during one of the visits in 2007, folks, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear testimony that in 2007, Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori Vallow existed. But Alex Cox, after one of the exchanges and the visitations with Tylee, Alex Cox approached Joseph Ryan and shot him with a taser and assaulted him. Was eventually charged with aggravated assault, was eventually put in jail, and had this on his record. And there was representation, the facts will suggest that at the time Joseph Ryan feared for his life. This was a serious situation. But it set the pattern for what we're dealing with Alex Cox. Whenever there was a problem or a threat to Lori Vallow, you'll hear testimony that Alex Cox came to the rescue. But Alex Cox would run without even question and do whatever was necessary to solve Lori Vallow's problems. We're going to fast forward then to 2019. Lori Vallow is still married to Charles Vallow. And the prosecuting attorney mentioned this, yes. Chad Daybell at that point, coming in January, February, started to have communications with Lori Vallow. And yes, folks, it turned into an inappropriate relationship. 2019 forward. And yes, he was engaging in discussions. He was engaging in contact with her, all of the things that the prosecutor talked about in terms of a relationship. But subsequent to the seriousness of this relationship getting rolling, Alex Cox was at a visitation in 2019 with Charles Vallow. And Lori Vallow was there. Tyree Ryan was there. JJ was there. They were all present. And during that altercation and that supposed visit, much like with Joseph Ryan, Alex Cox took out a gun and shot Charles Vallow. And then after calling 911, he then finished the job and walked up to him at close range, finished him off. Now, you're going to hear testimony that in some way Chad Daybell was implicated in that, and you're going to hear further testimony that he was not. You're going to hear testimony and see documentation that suggests that the prosecuting attorney on review of this indicated that there was no likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell. You'll hear testimony that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with the execution by Alex Cox, Charles Vallow. And the same for Brandon Boudreaux. You will hear that Chad Daybell is not being pursued for any involvement in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder. Those occurred and those are separate, as well as the Charles Vallow. So what we have is we have a situation where someone who's 29 years old, Chad Daybell, 29 years of marriage with Tammy Daybell, no discernible issues in his life. And then Lori Vallow comes into the picture, Miss Texas. You'll hear testimony about this beautiful, vivacious woman, very sexual person, and very manipulative. And she knows how to get what she wants. And she drew Chad Daybell into a relationship, and an unfortunate relationship, that Chad fell into. After that, things started rolling, issues started happening, but eventually, yes, there was a murder, and there was a burial. And you've heard discussion about the backyard of Chad Daybell. Well, we have a 4.5 acre farm in Fremont County, Idaho. And you'll hear testimony that the body of J.J. Vallow was discovered behind an irrigation pond and a tree out in the pasture. So technically, yes, maybe the backyard, but more accurately described as the pasture, hidden behind a tree. You're going to hear testimony that also in the middle of this pasture was a raspberry patch, former raspberry patch, that was then turned into a place for them to bury the cats, the dogs, and all of the animals on the farm. Okay. Again, out in the pasture of the field and not the backyard. You'll hear testimony about that. You're going to hear from 4 experts that I'm going to bring forward. And these 4 experts, the first one is going to be Dr. Greg Hampinkian. And Dr. Hampinkian is a bit of a notable local from Boise State University. And Dr. Hampinkian is a DNA expert, considered one of the best DNA experts. He's been involved and has significant work that he's done on both the defense and for the prosecution. He was involved and led the team with Amanda Knox in Italy that got her exonerated because of the DNA evidence. He has substantial experience. And anybody or anyone who knows anything about DNA goes to Dr. Hampinkian first, because he is the guy. And Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk a little bit about the DNA evidence that's found on the scene. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about the fingerprint on the plastic that J.J. Vallow was discovered in, was that of Alex Cox. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about the hair sample that was found on the plastic of Alex Cox and that it was Lori Vallow. Dr. Hampinkian is going to talk about several, and I mean several other hairs that were found on the plastic of J.J. Vallow. But he's also going to say that there was no DNA evidence, no hair sample of Chad Daybell on Tylee Ryan or on J.J. Vallow. You're then going to hear from Dr. Raven. Dr. Raven is a forensic pathologist, and she's going to talk a little bit about the circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell. And what Dr. Raven is going to say is that there's no indication that this is either a homicide or any other crime, and that the only conclusion she can come to is you can't determine what the cause of death was. There's no way to determine it. Tammy Daybell was buried. You'll hear testimony about that. And then a short time later, the police officers showed up and they dug her body up after she'd been buried, after she was laid to rest, and then continued after the body was pulled out of the ground and continued to examine it for whatever they were looking for. And what you're going to find is based on that, Dr. Raven's going to say you can't determine what the cause of death is. You're going to hear testimony from the Daybell children, from the children themselves, 4 of the 5 children, I think, three or four of the 5 children. They're going to talk about their mother's health struggles. They're going to talk about their mother's use of various medicinal treatments that she would use, oils that she would put on her leg, medicine and different herbs that she would take, and that her mother was suffering from, a number of maladies, and that she would refuse to go see a doctor or get it treated. And Dr. Raven's going to enlighten you a little bit about some of the circumstances regarding Tammy Daybell. You're then going to hear from Patrick Eller. He's a forensic digital data examiner. And Patrick Eller is someone who has spent his life in the military working for various agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about that, within the government to do data retrieval and data research. And he's going to talk a little bit about the phone records that are involved in this case. He's going to specifically talk about the travels of Alex Cox, because you are going to hear testimony that Alex Cox went to Chad Daybell's property on the 9th of September. You're going to hear that Alex Cox approached Chad Daybell's property a half a dozen other, 5 or 6 other times. You're going to hear testimony that Alex Cox was there on the 23rd. And you're going to hear where Alex Cox was in a number of other times and places in his whereabouts and his travels for about a 2.5 month period. And Patrick is going to, offer you some information and data to support all of that. And finally, you're going to hear from a forensic anthropologist, and his name's Eric Bartlink. And Mr. Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the nature and the nature of how the remains of Tylee were burned. Eric Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the lack of complete skeletal remains and why, when Tylee was dug down in the ground, there was not a complete set of skeletal remains. In fact, there were a number of pieces of that were missing. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, and the judge has talked to us a little bit about not making a decision until you hear all of the evidence. And there's a specific jury instruction that talks about that. The jury instruction is, consider all the evidence. Listen to the instructions from the court on how you're to proceed. Listen to the arguments of the prosecuting attorney and the defense, and then and only then do you make your decision. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, and at the conclusion of the judge's instructions, the arguments of both of the defense attorneys, I'm going to ask you folks to return the verdict not guilty. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the opening statement of the defense. Then this time we will commence with presenting evidence. I understand the state does have a first witness to call. Is the state ready and prepared to do that?
Your Honor, the state is prepared. We had spoken with your clerk earlier. We thought we were going to have a brief sidebar.
Okay, let's discuss our schedule and put there inside our. Sure.
I didn't catch the full name of who they were talking about. Like they're doing a sidebar in regards to this first witness. Is there? I'm wondering if there's some kind of delay. Well, that's going to be the one thing with the trial. There'll be sidebars like this, and apparently they're going to leave the camera on and just mute the mic for a little bit. Yeah, Juju, I was thinking that I actually put the screen on full screen, like it took up the whole monitor just to see him, and he's like not moving, he's not flinching the whole time anyone was talking, like he's just very stoic. It's just it's kind of weird. But then again, like, can you imagine the pressure? This is a death penalty case. He is literally on trial for his life. Not just life in prison, but whether he actually gets to live. Yeah, it's very disconcerting. I'm feeling uncomfortable looking at him actually, but yeah, I wonder how the jury feels about it. I'm not so sure it's a good look. And here we go. Okay, prosecutors are returning to the table. Judge is coming. I shall mute. Let's see what's up.
Council, thanks for discussing scheduling. Our intention here will be to start with the state's first witness that apparently will take some time. So we will plan on taking a lunch hour also at right around noon if possible. So Mr. Wood, are you going to be calling the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state will be calling Ray Hermosillo.
All right, well, go ahead and call your witness. We'll have him come up and sworn.
Sir, before speaking. When you're facing Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Sir, as you testify, just remember to make a audible response to anything being questioned, so that the record stays clear, and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. With that in mind, then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo. Is that on?
Your Honor, is that microphone on?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and start over and just talk right into the mic, please.
Detective, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a lieutenant in the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
5 years.
And how long were you involved in law enforcement before you became a detective?
Before I was a detective, 18 years.
Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
No,
And are you post-certified?
I am.
Detective, have you been involved in the case regarding Chad Daybell?
Yes, I have.
You know what Chad Daybell looks like?
I do.
Is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table, for sure, in a low street time.
Thank you. Detective, let's talk about how did you initially become involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Daybell?
On November 1st, 2019, I was contacted by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. I was told that there was possibly a Jeep that was involved in an attempted homicide in our jurisdiction. So at that time, with that information, I contacted Gilbert Police and asked what they needed us to do to assist them.
What did you do?
Gilbert Police asked us to seize the Jeep if it was located. They gave us the address of 565 Pioneer, which is Rock Creek Townhomes. They also asked us,
Detective, I'm gonna stop real quick. Where is that address located? What city?
Rexburg,
What county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
So once you received that address, what did you do?
Gilbert asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located the Jeep. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance. So at that time, that's exactly what we did.
When you say intermittent surveillance, what did you do to perform that surveillance?
When we were driving around, when there was no other calls coming in, we would park in front of the residence, behind the residence, take photographs of anybody leaving or coming in. That's basically what we did for the surveillance.
And do you recall what dates you did that surveillance?
The dates were between November 1st and November 4th, when I located the Jeep at 565 Pioneer.
Did you ever see the defendant at that address?
I did. There were a few times during the intermittent surveillance that we had taken photographs of the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Lori Vallow, either coming or going from the residence.
And that was between the dates of November 1st and November 4th.
Judge, could we have, for the record, have this officer established?
I'm sorry, 2019.
So. Okay, and did you, when you talked about seeing Mr. Daybell, was that between those dates of November 1st and November 4th, 2019?
That's correct.
And your primary job was to look for a Jeep, is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that the witness be handed what's been marked, the State's Exhibit 90. Very well, the court has a courtesy copy and counsel as well.
Mr. Wood, to be clear, it sounded like you said 90, this is 9A.
I believe it's 90. Double check.
I just see the exhibit, so I can confirm my words. It's okay.
You're correct, Your Honor, 9A,
Thank you.
and that would be exhibits 9A through 90. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 9A through 9D?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
That is the Jeep that I had seized, parked in the parking lot just outside of 565 Pioneer.
And were these pictures taken at the location of 565 Pioneer?
No, these photographs are taken at our impound lot at the police department.
Did you take these pictures?
I did not.
But do you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of the Jeep you seized from 565 Pioneer Drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the State's Exhibits 9A through D be entered into evidence.
The objection from the defense.
Judge, I'd like to move on to your immediate action on the foundation.
All right, you can word there or ask foundational questions, Mr. Pryor.
Officer Hermosillo, thank you. You mentioned that you were doing surveillance on the Jeep, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to get close to the Jeep during that surveillance?
We hadn't located the Jeep during that surveillance. I located the Jeep on November 4, 2019, and that's when I had it impounded.
Okay, and at the time of being impounded, did you have the occasion to go through the Jeep and observe the Jeep enter? Or were you relying just on the photographs taken in the Jeep? Do you understand my question?
No, sir, you
I'll
repeat it.
rephrase that. Did you have a personal occasion to go through the inside of that Jeep and observe the contents within the Jeep?
Your Honor, I think that goes beyond the scope of this specific exhibit.
I guess the issue, Mr. Wood, is he indicated he did not take these photographs, and some of the exhibits also contain photographs of the interior of the Jeep, so it's proper, more dire negative objection.
Thank you.
May I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, all I'm trying to establish is I don't want you to be able to testify that someone else took the pictures and this is what they found. I want you to be able, you're authenticating and you're under oath to swear that these are accurate photos. I'm trying to find out if that knowledge is based on your personal experience, or is it simply based on the fact that you're relying on somebody else who told you this is what we found? So that's what I'd like you to clarify for me, if you would, sir.
Sure. I impounded the Jeep. I was standing next to the officer taking the photographs, and I also went through the Jeep personally.
Okay, I withdraw the objection. Thank you, officer.
All right, exhibits 9A through D are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish it to the jury?
You may want to have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Like the reporter?
I wonder if this is going to be the style for the whole trial. Like, wouldn't any questions in regards to the evidence be done in pre-trial hearings if John Pryor had been doing his job? Like, what the heck has he been doing since 2021? He knows all this evidence. He's at every day in the Lori Vallow trial. Just out of curiosity, I am wondering how many others are thinking the same thing I am, that this is going to be his style. Let's just inundate the jury with mass confusion so nobody knows what's going on. You can't make a decision if you don't know what you heard. I don't know. Mandy, that's also in Chad's book, the 14,000, the 144000. It is from the book of Revelations, and it is in Chad's books in several places. Yeah. Mm. And they're still not back. Mm. And I don't know what the defense is going to be. Although, from the opening statement, we've already heard that the Daybell children, the adult children, will be testifying, and that he has expert witnesses. So it does sound like John Pryor will be presenting a case, which is so different than the Lori Vallow defense, which they did not present a single witness at all. Good morning, MC Recker. I know you've got a busy day ahead of you. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for stopping in and honoring us with orders. I never get enough orders. Yeah. But I don't understand what the confusion could be about photos that have existed like the whole time in evidence since like 2022. When they started doing discovery. Like, this is the confusing part for me. Mm.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with publishing the court's instructions there on the sidebar, then you may publish any or all of the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I could have access to the album. Detective, is this what you saw in State's Exhibit A?
Yes,
Is this the Jeep that you had been assigned to do surveillance for?
that's right.
Did you ever learn who this Jeep belonged to?
I did.
Who did it belong to?
It was registered to Charles Vallow, but we later determined that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep.
Detective, this is State's Exhibit 9B. Is this that same Jeep?
Yes,
That's all I'm going to publish now.
All right, thank you.
Detective, while you were doing your surveillance, you testified that you had occasion to see the defendant, Lori Vallow. Did you ever see children return?
no, we didn't.
Did you ever see anybody else with them?
No.
At that time? At that time, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
No,
Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
no,
So when you spoke with, is it fair to say that when you were initially contacted by another law enforcement agency. They did not ask you to look for those children at that time.
That's correct.
Detective, did your role in this investigation change after that?
It did.
When did that happen?
After I had seized the Jeep November 4th, 2019, I contacted Gilbert Police and let them know I had the Jeep. Gilbert Police Department flew to Rexburg with a few of their detectives and a few of their crime analysts to go through the Jeep and serve a warrant with the Jeep. They were looking for the infotainment center, which is the middle of the Jeep console. It has the GPS locations, things of that nature, and they wanted the information extracted. So when they were up here on November 18th, 2019, they asked me and the other detectives if during our intermittent surveillance, if we had seen any children. And we told them we hadn't. They stated that JJ's grandmother.
Judge, I'm gonna object. I'm trying to be somewhat open-minded about foundation, but I'm gonna object.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, thanks.
So you did have further contact with law enforcement from Arizona?
Correct.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
Gilbert Police Department.
And was it Gilbert Police Department that was looking for that Jeep?
Yes, it was.
When you followed up with them about the Jeep, did they give you any other information about their case?
They did.
Did any of that information regard children?
Yes, it did.
What were you told by Gilbert Police?
Judge, objection, hearsay.
Coming in for the effect on the listener, Your Honor?
Judge, could we approach?
No, give me a moment to make a ruling on that. I'll instruct the witness can answer the question, but for only the purpose of effect on the listener, if you can clarify that with your witness, Mr. Wood. And any objections overruled.
Detective, based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, did you take any action regarding any children involved in this case?
Yes, we did.
And for the purpose of what you did, what information were you given that you needed to look up on?
We were informed through their investigation that JJ Bellow's grandmother was concerned for his safety.
Judge, and again, I'm gonna object at this point to renew my objection. That's going beyond.
I'll also stand that as bringing up your statements to Wood.
Okay. Based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, what was the next step you took in your investigation?
We were requested to do a welfare check on JJ Bellow from the Gilbert Police Department.
Detective, had you ever met JJ Bellow?
No,
Were you provided any identifying information as to his age or where he might be?
we were provided very little information, just a brief description of what he looked like, his age, and where he should be, which was 565. 565 Pioneer Road, where he lived with his mother, Lori Bell.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 1.
Judge, I'm gonna stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
All right, it's being offered, Mr. Wood.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 has been offered without objection. The court will admit State's Exhibit 1.
And Your Honor, with that stipulation, I'd actually ask that The witness be handed State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 3 as well.
Further stipulate to State's Exhibit 2, and stipulate to State's Exhibit 3.
Very well. Then presuming they're being offered, states exhibits 2 and 3 are also admitted. And just what if they're going to be published again, the same issue we discussed before today's.
That's all I'm doing that. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 1?
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
That is a birth certificate out of the state of Louisiana.
Your Honor, where this is, may I publish?
Yeah.
Detective, can you identify who this is a birth certificate for?
The name on my birth certificate is Canaan Todd Trahan,
What is the birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
And where is the place of birth?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 2.
You know,
Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn to the second page of State's Exhibit 2. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
It's a decree of adoption.
And reading through that, are you aware of who that is a decree of adoption for?
Yes,
Who is it for?
Canaan Todd Trahan.
And on the bottom of that, can you read the second to the bottom paragraph? That exhibit.
The entire paragraph.
Yes, please.
It is further ordered, the judge can decree that the name of the child, Canaan Todd Trahan, be changed as follows. Joshua Jackson Vallow, and the registrar of the Louisiana Department of Public Health and Statistics is hereby ordered to make the appropriate changes in its records.
May I publish State's Exhibit 3 now?
yes.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 3?
That is also a birth certificate from the state of Louisiana.
And who is the birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Detective, in the course of your investigation. Have you learned what Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow looked like?
Yes,
Have you seen pictures of him?
yes, I have.
Were you able to access pictures of him from iCloud accounts associated with his mother?
Yes,
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 4.
All right, the witness is here in the States Exhibit 4.
Detective, you testified that you never met JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
How did you come to know what he looked like?
Through photographs we were given,
Where did you get those photographs?
we received a few from Gilbert Police. His grandmother, Kay Woodcock. I think that's all I can remember.
And I spoke with you briefly before. Did you ever have occasion to review iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And on those iCloud accounts, did you find other pictures of JJ Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And did you find videos of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what does Exhibit 4 purport to be?
Photograph of JJ Vallow.
And you didn't take this picture, correct?
Correct.
But you recognize that individual as Joshua or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit the state's Exhibit 4.
The objection.
Judge, there's a little bit of foundation that I want to iron on. So, no, so what's the source of that picture? Where did
Lori's iCloud, Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
Judge, can we approach just briefly on this issue?
I wonder if this is going to be like back and forth like this. I know we go to court. Like I hear your frustration there, Mandy, with the caps. And please, nobody do anything about the caps with that frustration, because I would be doing it myself. This is ridiculous. Like we know, they ain't. Don't worry. Like I get it. Like I get why Rob Wood is designating that is the victim in the change of name. You know, it's
Based on us
part of
and our
identification.
counsel, I understand the defense does not have an objection at this point to Exhibit 4 being submitted. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 4 then is submitted.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yeah.
Detective, who is that?
That's JJ Vallow.
Detective, you were talking about receiving a request to do a welfare check, correct?
That's correct.
When did you receive that request?
On November 25th, 2019, late evening hours, I received a call from Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department. And he requested that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
A request is a hearsay.
At this point, I don't hear an objection on hearsay, so you see.
Can I repeat the question, please?
What did you do in response to that request?
On November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Pillar at the Gilbert Police Department. He requested that I do a welfare check on JJ Vallow the next morning because he wasn't able to get a hold of JJ or
We sustain the hearsay.
Did you do a welfare check for JJ Bell?
We did.
What date did you do that?
November 26, 2019.
How did you go about doing that?
On that morning of November 26, 2019, myself and Detective Daybell went to Lori Bellow's residence where we presumed JJ was at. She lived at 565 Pioneer, apartment 175. As we approached, expecting to speak with Lori, we noticed the defendant, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox unloading a pickup truck near the garage area.
And at this point, were you aware of who Chad Daybell was?
Yes,
How would you learn about him?
through our investigation with Gilbert and communicating with Gilbert Police Department.
And so you recognized who he was.
Correct.
And at that time, were you aware of who Alex Cox was?
Yes, we were.
So after you saw them, what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle and made contact with Alex. He was standing at the driver's side of his pickup truck, and the defendant Daybell was on the passenger side. I asked Alex if Lori Vallow was home, and he stated that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if JJ was home, that we were there to do a welfare check. And at that point, Alex got a surprised, frightened look on his face, looked over at across the pickup at the defendant Daybell. The defendant Daybell then looked back at Alex, and initially, neither one of them answered my question.
After they didn't answer your question, what did you do?
I asked them again if JJ was home, and Alex Cox finally answered and stated that JJ was with his grandmother in Louisiana.
When you were given that information, did it cause you any concern?
It did, because I informed Alex that it was highly unlikely because his grandmother.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. We're gonna be getting into soon.
I'll sustain that.
Your Honor, I think the defendant's about to testify what he said to Alex Cox.
Okay, that's not what I understood where it was going. You can ask the question, Mr. Wood.
Detective, what did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely because Kay.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is going to lead into hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a statement by a declarant on the witness seat. It cannot be hearsay.
Overruled, and it is permissible, so objection overruled.
What did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely that JJ was with his grandmother Kay because she was the one who called in the welfare check.
And what was the response to that?
There was no response initially. Alex again looked over at the defendant Daybell, and they kind of both just looked at each other. And at that point, I asked Alex where I could find Lori Vallow.
And did he give you a location to find her?
He stated that she was in apartment 107, which is the same apartment complex, just a few apartments down.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked Alex if there was a way I could contact Lori and asked Alex for her cell phone number. And Alex told me that he didn't have her cell phone number.
Were you aware at that point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were siblings?
Yes, through our investigation with Gilbert, we knew that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were extremely close. So when Alex told me he didn't have his sister's cell phone number, I assumed he was lying to me.
What did you do once you received that information?
Myself and Detective Hope left the defendant Daybell and Alex at the pickup truck. We went over to apartment 107 to see if we can make contact with Lori. At that point, we were just trying to find JJ Vallow.
And were you able to locate him at apartment 107?
No, we knocked on apartment 107, there was no answer. So at that point, Detective Hope began knocking on neighbors' doors. See if we can get a hold of anybody who would know if they saw a little boy coming in and out of that apartment or who resided at that apartment. And while Detective Hope was doing that, I started walking back to my vehicle to call for more detectives to come over to our location.
Why did you call for more detectives?
Because of the deception from Alex, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. And we were going to start canvassing the area and knocking on doors, so the more detectives we had on scene, the better it was for us.
Detective, to clarify, when you first saw Alex and Chad Daybell, did you speak with Chad Daybell?
No, I personally didn't.
So I believe you testified that you started walking back to the original appointment.
Correct.
What happened then?
As I was approaching my car that was parked in the alleyway, I noticed the defendant Daybell driving towards me in a black Chevy Equinox. It appeared he had just left apartment 175 and was headed towards me in the alleyway. So at that point, I stopped him to have a conversation.
What did you ask him?
I asked the defendant Daybell, when's the last time you saw JJ Vallow? And he stated it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Bell.
Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori, and he stated he had only met her a couple of times, and that he didn't know her very well.
Did that response cause any concern for you?
It did.
Why?
Through our investigation, prior to me making any contact with the defendant Daybell or Alex Cox, we knew that Chad and Lori had been married 2 weeks prior to my conversation with them in the alley.
So is it fair to say you were troubled by his gentleman? What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Daybell, the defendant Daybell, if he had Lori Bellow's telephone number so I can get hold of her. And he stated he didn't have her phone number.
Did you have any further conversation?
I did. When I was speaking with the defendant Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him and started to walk back to my location. As he approached, I again asked the defendant Daybell for Lori's number because I assumed he was lying to me based on what I knew. And at that time, he did give me Lori's phone number.
Did he tell you why he didn't give it to you in the first place?
He did. He stated that he felt I was accusing him of something.
And had you accused him of anything?
No, I simply asked him the whereabouts of JJ and asked him for his wife's telephone number.
Detective, during this interaction, were you wearing a body cam?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
In the detective division, most of our interviews are in a controlled environment. We call people into the police department. We have an interview room set up with cameras. So most of the time we're conducting our business and our interviews at the police department. It's very rare we're the first officers or detectives on scene. There's one body cam between 7 detectives. Unlike patrol, where a patrolman is assigned a body cam, a detective is not assigned.
What happened after you got that information from the defendant?
I called my lieutenant at the time and told him what was going on. I felt that based on the deception and lies from the defendant Daybell, who is JJ's stepfather, the lies and the deception from JJ's uncle, who's Alex Cox. I felt there was more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And so at that time, I wanted to get everybody over there to see if we could figure out what was going on. So I asked my lieutenant to gather some detectives and respond to my work.
And then what happened?
A few minutes later, my lieutenant arrived with Detective Dave Stubbs, who had a body cam at that point. We began knocking on doors. We went back to 175, which was Lori Vallo's apartment, and started knocking on her door. We didn't get any answer.
And I apologize if I missed it. Who was your lieutenant?
Ron Ball.
All right, so after you weren't able to get any answers, what did you do next?
Through our investigation, we learned that Lori Vallo's niece, Melanie Boudreaux, it was Melanie Pulowski, no, correction, Melanie Boudreaux at the time, it's now Melanie Pulowski. She lived in apartment 174, which is right next door to Lori. So at that point, we knocked on her apartment as well to see if Lori or JJ was at that apartment.
Did anybody answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
I was instructed to go back to the police department, go to the prosecutor's office to see if we can obtain a search warrant to search the residence for JJ Vallow, while the other detectives stayed on scene and started knocking on doors in that complex. At that point, our only focus was to find JJ and to figure out what was going on. So we were going to exhaust every means that we could to see if we could do that. And that's why I went to the prosecutor's office to see if I could obtain a search warrant.
And did you obtain a warrant that day?
No.
Why not?
On the way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the number that the defendant Daybell provided, called that number. There was no answer, but he left a message. Once we got to the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow called back, and she was instructed to open the door. There were detectives outside of her door that wanted to speak with her.
And are you aware of if any detectives were able to make contact with her that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you know who that was?
Detective Stubbs and Detective Ball.
And you had mentioned earlier that Detective Stubbs had a body cam on, correct?
Correct.
And do you know if their interaction with Lori Vallow was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you watched that video?
Yes, I have.
At that point in your investigation, what did you do?
After
Detectives Ball and Stubbs had spoken with Lori Vallow, what did you do? What did you do next?
we were informed that JJ was with a family friend.
Judge, I'm going to object if there's any comments.
Sustain that.
Detective, did you speak with Detectives Ball and Stubbs about their interaction with Lori that day?
Yes,
Did you speak with them that day?
yes,
Did you watch the body cam of their interaction with Lori Vallow that day?
yes, I did.
So you're aware of what she said to them.
Correct.
Based on what she said to them, what did you do next in your investigation?
We attempted to locate the family friend to see if JJ was with her in Gilbert, Arizona.
And do you know who that family friend was?
Melanie Gibb.
Were you able to contact them?
I was not.
Did you have any interaction with Arizona law enforcement day about contacting Melanie Gibb?
I did. It was starting to get into the later hours of that evening. So I contacted Detective Pillar with Gilbert Police Department. And I had him go to Melanie Gibbs' residence to see if JJ was there. Ultimately, we learned he was not there.
About what time did you learn that JJ was not with Melanie Gibbs?
Roughly 9 o'clock at night.
And what did you do when you found out that he was not there?
I contacted Lieutenant Ball and let him know. And we agreed to meet at the prosecutor's office that next morning early to obtain search warrants for those apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, which apartments are you talking about?
Apartment 175, which belonged to Lori Vallow, 174, which belonged to Melanie Boudreau, and apartment 107, because that's the last time JJ was seen based on the defendant Daybell's statements.
Detective, were you able to obtain those warrants?
Yes, we were.
What did you do? Well, what day did you obtain those warrants?
November 27th, 2019, in the early morning hours.
And on that day, did you execute those warrants?
We did.
Let's talk about that. Where did you search first?
We searched apartment 175 first.
Was there a reason you searched there first?
That was his address that we were given from Gilbert Police Department, and that's where his mother lived.
What did you find in apartment 175?
So initially, when we broke down the door, everything looked ordinary. There were couches, there were papers on the table, there was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. We went upstairs, there were beds, pictures. Everything seemed that people lived there. The thing that caught our attention was there were no clothes on the hanger in any of the closets. Zero clothes. Just a bunch of empty hangers hanging there like somebody took the clothes off and left.
Did you locate JJ in that apartment?
No.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever to suggest that he had been living there?
Yes, we did. There were a couple things. We located a child's Star Wars suitcase underneath a little crawl space under the stairs. It was mixed in with some, what I can best describe as 72-hour kits, and the kits had like flashlights, flares, water. The suitcase was mixed in with those. We also found an old prescription bottle prescribed to JJ of Rexburg. And there were miscellaneous photographs of JJ in the residence.
And did you see any other evidence of any minor children?
No. Crash. We did. When we first went inside, there were some scooters and a small child's, looked like a small child's bike right on the porch.
Okay. Did you seize anything from the home that day?
We did, I seized the Rexburg and the suitcase.
After you searched apartment 175, what did you do next?
We searched 174, which was Melanie Boudreau's apartment. Everything appeared normal in there. There were no signs of JJ or anything that he was even there. We also searched apartment 107, and that was completely vacant. There was nothing in apartment 107.
Did you seize anything from apartments 174 or 107?
We seized, in apartment 174, we seized some cash, large amounts of cash that were found in the closet. And the only reason we seized those were for safekeeping, because we had kicked the door in there as well. And it wasn't able to lock, so we took that.
Did you locate any weapons in any of those apartments?
So in apartment 175, when we were searching the garage area, we located several different style weapons, handguns, rifles, various calibers, army knives, a lot of different weapons that were inside the garage.
And why did you seize those?
Again, for safekeeping, that apartment didn't lock. And so we took those, so it wouldn't be stolen.
Did you find any evidence that J.J. Val had been in apartment 174?
No,
Did you find any evidence that J.J. Val had been in apartment 107? Did you search any other building that day?
we did. In apartment 175, we located a storage unit rental agreement contract. And on that storage unit contract was the name Lori Ryan. It had listed her as the tenant, and it listed the storage unit number as T52. And it gave an address of self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So with that information, we were able to obtain a search warrant for that storage unit as well.
And did you participate in the search of that storage unit?
Yes, I did.
What did you find there?
There were a few bikes, children's bikes. There were boxes of winter clothing, some ice skates. There wasn't a lot in the storage unit. There was a personalized like a family blanket, a big blanket with family photos that were kind of sewn onto the blanket. Those photos had J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their sibling Kobe Ryan. There were pictures of Lori Vallow. But other than that, there was nothing else really in the storage unit.
When you performed these searches, were you looking for Tylee Ryan?
No,
So to your knowledge, she hadn't been reported missing.
that's correct.
Your Honor, if I'd ever reached that far.
Yes. Mr. Wood, I understand this would be a good breaking point in this testimony for the lunch hours, I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Before we do that, again, I will just advise the jurors, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else over the break. In addition, for those in the courtroom, we will be closing the courtroom, I believe, during the lunch break. So things you have in here will need to go with you. We'll reopen upon the conclusion of the lunch break, and we'll still be under the court's governing order for courtroom conduct when we return. So thank you everyone for complying with that. With that in mind, we'll go and take our lunch recess now.
All rise.
Okay. Looks like we're on break for a bit. A lunch break is scheduled to be 30 to 45 minutes, so I guess we'll see how long it actually goes with the other break that was already there. Yeah, Sheila, yeah, it was confusing because of the different, but during the adoption, they changed his name and everything. So, like, I guess they're just trying to establish identity, which is common in murder trials. Like, and Rocket Couch, you're right. If anybody is playing bingo, we definitely already had kids tech issues, and we definitely already had kids involved. No, Anna, there's a link for the bingo. There's a link above that is a Google link and will generate you your own true crime and legal update bingo card because we don't have one like just for trial. And they've been playing them during the streams, and you cross off things that happen during the stream that are appropriate to the square. And there's all kinds. So the link is actually pinned to the top of the chat. It's also in the chat a couple of times. I could just post it again for you if you need it, but both Rocket Couch and Shill posted the bingo card link. It's that Google link up there. Oh no, bingo link it says from Rocket Couch, and I did pin it. And there's going to be a member contest every month. People can send in their completed bingos. One per stream, hopefully, just with the date of the stream. You just send me an image either by email or one of my other socials, any way that you would like. And we're going to do a random drawing once a month. Right now, it's for members only. It's a new members perk, but we hope that everybody, whether they're a member or not, and that includes gifted memberships, and as long as it's an active membership for the month, whether you've been gifted your membership or you're a regular joined member or monthly, they can play. But everybody can play. It's fun to just play and carry on as we go back and forth. But for the contest, it's going to be members. In the just so everybody knows, the mods can play also. Like they're definitely in there. Including Rocket Couch, who helped us design, who has done a lot of work to get those bingo cards out. It is a fantastic idea that he just has a lot of credit for. Yep, the microphone went down. There was also something with the presentation screen. I don't know. There's been tech issues. There's always tech issues with court trials, right? Well, anyone that my dog stepped on a bee, that's like when the over dramatic witness, the witness that is just lying and being like very, very dramatic. Like that was from the Amber Heard. That is one of the funniest parts of that trial. That's a meme that will go on forever, right, Mandy? Like, yep, my dog stepped on a bee, and it was just so traumatizing for her. She had tears and everything. It was yeah, Elaine, your microphone, Elaine, your microphone, remember? Oh, wait, objection hearsay. I mean, really, if we need an objection hearsay, like these are good ideas for a trial, like Rocket Couch. These are some excellent ideas for just a trial one, because I would use that for like every trial. Objection hearsay. Excuse me, lawyer, can you use that mic? And we need a mic drop one, like when the lawyers say something like really, really profound, and it's like boom, there it is. Like, yeah, we need that one. The bad legal manners, like we need that one. And can anybody hear what John Pryor is objecting to? Like usually when they do an objection, they say like what the objection is, like the cause, I didn't hear what he was saying. Is he mumbling or is it just me? Yeah. Okay, good, Deanna. It's fun, if you're watching from a PC or a tablet that you got an internet browser, then you can mark them off at the same time. It's kind of cool. I don't know how well it works with the phone going back and forth, but it was really simple to use, and it's a great idea. And I thank you so much, Couch, for bringing it to me because it's been a lot of fun. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback about it. And I've enjoyed it too. I'll go back. I actually went back to one of the streams to see how much I could cross off, and I almost filled a whole bingo card couch. It was like so funny. Rocket. I was like, wow, I really do like do this stuff all the time. Yeah, yeah. I would imagine on a mobile phone, it's kind of because you have to juggle multiple apps on screen, which is always difficult because some apps are sensitive and close, when you minimize them. Yeah. I know this because like while I live stream the trials, I have to do like the Twitter and the Discord and everything on my phone or like messages and stuff like that. I don't have anything up on the PC except for the stream. And that is to save resources because I have like a tiny box like right here for now. But the good news is, as some of you who have asked for updates recently in the past, the computer is being built and it's not going to be long now. Like I'll have to send a few more parts and then they're going to be shipping it. And it's going to be so much different. Like we'll actually be able to do presentations while we're actually streaming other streams. It's going to be great. And I kind of I'm over the nervousness of learning how to use OBS and getting that all together because I see the benefit of being able to do so much more, like keeping the chat right up here on the screen if I want, bringing up multiple presentation areas, which would be so helpful in a trial to be able to switch to a different format during the breaks, to be able to have like the screen in the corner so that I could see if they were still going live and then yet still bring up information like I want to tell you about, Chad Daybell, important dates and things that happen, history. Tammy Daybell Foundation put out a statement from her family recently with his trial date starting and so close. And it was really heart-wrenching, you know. How do you guys feel about the adult children being put on the witness list by John Pryor? Chad Daybell's children, adult children. I wonder if they're going to be speaking in truly in his defense and how that's going to hold up when prosecution does the cross-examination. Mm. Oh, you can do picture in picture too. Yeah. When you're on the phone, does that work? Couch better? Mm. Well, so far, it's like the beginning of any trial when the prosecution starts to lay down the foundation of their case can be very slow because you're going to hear from a lot of investigators, a lot of law enforcement in the beginning in regards to the evidence. They have to say how they got involved in the case. They have to identify the victims thoroughly. And it's a lot of stuff that like we all know. And that's the thing is a lot of us know this from following it for a few years, and it could be frustrating because we want it to go faster, get to the meat of it, But remember, the jury may not know a damn thing. Yeah. Yeah, Mandy, I was wondering what that's going to be like. That's going to be hard for me to hear them supporting him, knowing the condition of the children that they found on the property. And here's my thing, whether he did it himself with his own hands or not, he knew about it. It's on his property. They didn't get to his property against his will. None of this was done without his knowledge, and so like I wonder how the jury is going to be looking at that. I heard in John Pryor's opening statement, he's going to go against the DNA. He's going to go against them. Like he's going to prove that Alex Cox was there. Everybody knows this. And they knew it in Lori Vallow's trial, and it didn't help her. I don't know why he thinks he's going to walk just because they're not going to be able to prove that there are fingerprints on bodies that they can't even remove fingerprints from. not to be graphic, but unfortunately it's necessary. The condition of Tylee Ryan's body, like they barely could even come up with how she died because of what they did to the body afterwards. Like, trying to hide evidence of like what had happened. And it was just so heart-wrenching to hear what was done with that body. They're going to say that there were hairs in everything, all the tape for JJ Vallow, just because they may not be able to say it's Chad's. You know, like I said, they don't have to find fingerprints on his body. He's definitely not going to be able to deny that he knew anything about it. Exactly, Anna. I'm very curious as to how the prosecution's going to get that across. Yeah, I know. Like, you know, but it's so strange. Like, look at the Morpho girls. Like, their mother went missing on Mother's Day. Those kids knew that they were having, you know, problems and everything. And they knew that their dad could be, like, you know, aggressive. And yet they're totally behind him, saying he's wrongfully accused, giving interviews and everything. And there goes my phone on and off. I'm gonna like turn the notifications down. I could at least lower the volume for you guys so it's not so annoying. Yeah. But you know, the Suzanne Morpho case is one that I am still to this day following. You know, they found her body, but no further charges. You know, Barry Morpho did go forward and sue. Like he was suing everybody in sight for wrongful prosecution, like for wrongful, you know, indictment. And unfortunately, the district attorney in that case made a lot of mistakes and came under fire and actually did a lot of really wrong things. Actually lost their position and everything. Was put up, you know, for sanctions and investigated. That would be Linda Stanley, and there was a lot going on there, and that was used. You know, Barry Morphew jumped right on that, and you know, they may have done some wrong stuff there and just tossed that whole case. I don't even know if he's going to be able to be retried, like if he's going to be reindicted or whatever, since they found the body. Rocket, that's a good one. Lawyer harassing a witness. That's right. Like something like, you didn't say what I wanted you to say. Which is a good one, you know. I think they found some type of sharp implement in the shed, Mandy, if I remember correctly. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to refresh my memory as much as I like, because in this case, Judge Boyce extended the dissemination order, like the gag order, and there is no evidence list and there is no witness list that is available anymore. Like I can't pull it up, and like unless they say it, like nope. They don't want anything out there. They don't want anyone involved in the case in any way talking about it. Mm. Yeah. So, like some of the particulars of the evidence, I guess we could go back and look at some of the Lori Vallow trial, which Law and Crime and Court TV both covered in East Idaho News. I believe they all covered it the best that they could, even though it was kind of closed. Nate Eaton probably has a lot on it. I think we'll see a lot of the evidence there, but that's not really going to matter like what they actually presented in Lori Vallow's case. Although John Pryor did petition to get the full transcripts, you know, released to him so that he could go over everything, which is rightly so, because they were originally co-defendants until the cases got separated. And so the whole transcript and everything involved in the Lori Vallow case was like turned over to him. So it's all available. I think we're going to see a lot of the same here, but there should be some difference too. Like already, just in the defense style is very different. Lori Vallow's team Armstrong and Thomas, they just basically let the presentation of the prosecution stand. They didn't bring any witnesses. They didn't contest anything. They thought for sure most of it was circumstantial and it would be like for the conspiracy that they weren't going to go for it because they thought there was enough reasonable doubt. That's a good question, Mark. That is actually common. The jurors are not supposed to talk or deliberate until deliberation starts. They're supposed to listen and form their own opinions and not start the back and forth conversations in regards to what they heard and what they think until deliberations start. I believe in Judge Newman's in the Murdaugh trial, we heard Judge Newman saying the same to them to keep their discussions to other things. You know, they could ask questions through the court system. In other words, they would put a question forward and the bailiff or the person assigned to them would bring it to the judge and the judge would ask the attorneys or he would get the answer for them. But about something they heard, like even during the day. But most of that happens during deliberation when they can actually sit and start discussing it back and forth because they don't want undue influence like ahead of time. They want everybody forming their own opinion. So when the 12 of them get together, it's their own opinions they're discussing about, and there's not no undue pressure. You don't want one person, you know, there's always like one person in a crowd who's more influential or people look to, and they don't want that person talking on the regular, over influencing everyone. You know, it just makes sense to me. Thank you very much, Mandy. You just looked it up. Blood and charged flesh located on tools on Chad Daybell's property, according to forensic biologists. And she just looked that up. Thank you for Googling for me, Jen. Yeah. Thank you, Mandy. It would be so much better if we had that witness list, but I do remember that there was forensic specialist who came up and was speaking about like evidence and things that they found. But I wasn't sure what it was. But it was some kind of tool, right? Like it was an implement, a sharp implement of some type. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, it does, right, Mark? Because like, you know, you don't want them like influencing each other back and forth. Just like, you know, you want them all to form their own opinion. It's supposed to be a jury of your peers, individuals, like 12 individuals who come together, you know, and then form their own opinions, then discuss it, and we got to get a majority, you know. And also, like, the death penalty has got to be unanimous. Yeah. It is. So I'm on my second cup of coffee. I'm wondering how you guys doing with your snacks. Oh, Sheila, most of us need to win the lottery. I feel for you. I feel for you. I do. Especially when it gets to the point where you need to get extra things in the home to help make your life more, you know, easier, you know, to get things done, to still be active and get things done. I will say this, Sheila. I don't know how it is in Canada, but here in America, when I was taking care of my mother-in-law, I was able to get through her insurance in her doctor's office. If I got them to work together, I was able to get most of her extra equipment paid for. Her hospital bed, her motorized scooter, her walkers, everything. I mean, there was co-pays and insurance and co-insurance, but I was able to get help with it, with some of the programs, you know. Hmm. I watched the Belgian series on Netflix. The plot was based around the jury in a case. It's interesting to see the difference in the justice system of other countries. In this show, the jury talked to each other the whole time. Yeah, I would imagine it would be a pretty boring show if they didn't, right, Andrew? Like, I wonder. Like, yeah, it is different in different. I wonder how it is in the UK. I have to ask Liam. Yeah, I suppose that could mean that the questions they form for the court come from 12 minds which aren't in collaboration. More diversity of thought. Exactly. Oh, you're snacking? Are you snack? Are you? Do you snack when you feel like stress? I do. She'll like if I'm like trying to work something out, I snack. Grapes are an excellent snack, Mandy. They like I do love. Have you ever frozen your grapes, Mandy? I have. I've eaten frozen grapes and they're delightful, especially in the summer. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. But I do love grapes. Green ones, red ones, little ones. Um, I've experimented with those itty bitty little tiny champagne ones that are so sweet. They have ones here called cotton candy grapes, and they're like bigger and like real sweet, sweet, sweet. Everybody goes crazy over them, but I can't really tell the difference between a really good, red grape. So I don't know. Chicken nuggets and fries, Anna. That's a good comfort snack. Yeah. Answer. I hear you. Between hunger and anxiety, I've been it's odd. Like it the older I get, I seem to get a little more anxiety. I don't know why, you know, but I do. And I've been noticing that my anxiety, is usually more anxiety than it is hunger lately. I know frozen grapes are so good. And Mark, yes, I have floated frozen strawberries in frozen grapes in wine to chill them instead of ice cubes, especially rosés or whites in the summer because I don't want to water it down, but I want it cold. And it's hard to keep it cold in the warm temperatures. Like I'm talking like 4th of July barbecues and things like that. Answer, I love spicy chili crisp oil. It is phenomenal. And to put it on vanilla ice cream, like you're my girl. Like you understand unami. And like I love seeing what you do with the ethnic and variety of foods. Like the spicy chili crisp oil is so darn good. And especially over something cool and creamy like vanilla ice cream. Wow. I would go nuts for that. Juju says, remind me to tell you something fun to do with them, Claire. I look forward to that, Juju. I also want to talk to you about the eclipse and the wonderful day you had. And I missed you yesterday, but my voice was really bad. I kind of like didn't join any Discord calls that I could. I tried to take the advice that everybody gave me and just rest it because I knew I would be talking during the breaks and lunch, today. Um, oh, Shield. Shield, you are so good to me. Thank you so much. Shield has just gifted another 5 memberships to the uh to the channel. Rocket Couch says member Santa. Yes, she is. And that means that Juju, Anna, Jasper, Rabbits, and Teresa have been re-gifted memberships and are now eligible to enter the April bingo contest. So Anna, if you get a bingo today, send me a picture either in Discord or by email, however you like. We'll put you in for the random drawing at the end of the month, and you can enter as many times as streams you play, but only 1 card per stream, please. But if you watch every one of them, and you don't have to watch it live. You can go back and watch it on the replay. If you miss a stream, you can still play bingo. I'm going to try to post the links, in every chat. If you have the link, you can go back and watch any April stream to enter. Just put the date of the stream that you played bingo when you sent a picture of the card. Juju B, you are officially green again. How's it feel? That's a nice way to put it, Rocket Couch Member Santa. Shirley, you make some people happy. Thank you. And thank you for contributing. I do. Let you. No, very good to me. Oh yeah, you know what? I think everybody who got them have been green before. So like it's kind of cool. Like Anna and Jasper. I don't know, Jasper, if you had been green before, but it's cool. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, frozen grapes and wine in the summer is great. I do love a good rosé in the summer. Yeah, I prefer it to white, actually. By the way, Bon Jovi makes an excellent one. His son is running the company for him, but it is an excellent rosé, actually. Oh, jeez. I've been writing down the important names and things in the Daybell chat. There's like in the Lori Vallow chat, her sister testified, and so did her son, Colby Ryan. But I don't know if they're going to be on the witness list against Chad also. But I'm sure that they had seen things that could be part of the testimony. I know that Larry and Kay Woodcock, JJ grandparents, and Kay Woodcock is Charles Vallow's sister, Lori's ex-husband. They are in the galley, you know. And they actually Larry Woodcock was doing interviews prior to the trial start. They're looking forward to Chad also get justice being served for JJ and Tylee, and also Tammy Daybell. Rocky Cow says, you know what? I'm going to make a call. Since Member Santa is planned square anyways, and Squam squares don't match up, anyone with the hung jury for next topic square can check that off instead. Okay, it's a good idea. That's a good one. That is a good one. There you go. I concur. I concur. Lori Vallow's trial for the murder of Charles will be in Arizona in August. It's kind of hard to talk about the Chad Daybell case and not mention Lori Vallow, isn't it? It's kind of hard to separate them, even though they were separated as far as prosecution goes. But because it's the same event and it involves them becoming a couple and influenced by each other, there's really not any way to really separate it. In Lori Vallow's case in Arizona, she also is going to face the attempted assassination or murder of Brandon Bordeaux, like her niece's ex-husband, during that time that he was threatened. And, they're going to be saying that, she actually influenced Alex to handle this for her. Alex did admit to shooting Charles, but it was only because of what Lori had told him that wasn't true about Charles. Yeah. I know you've been very busy with the Ukraine stuff and everything, And I do love Titans channel. I do, you know, I do love that. And in support of everything. Like I'm sure you know, we put a new channel in the Discord in regards to just the Ukraine screens and support there. I understand it. She says, I sometimes get stuck on talent shows and watch them from all over the world. We all know a voice can be a great instrument, but I thought of something else. It would take forever to put together. Oh, you mean like for with the right software, it is musical. Yeah, it can be. You know, you say you watch talent shows from all over. I used to watch The Voice, right? In here in America, and then I found that they had them in all different countries, and I started watching them too, and it was fascinating to see like all the artists, you know, that were actually the judges, and then just to see all the amateurs coming forward and performing, and how people would get blown away. I did just love that show. Then there was another one, and I forget the name of it, but it had Ryan Tedler and a couple of other like producer, writer, musicians. Okay. And they were actually bringing forward people for a record deal and like to promote and everything. Who actually were, you know, original artists that write and perform their own music. And I loved watching that too, because what they did is they took a piece they were working on, and then they got to work with the producer to make it better, and then competed against each other. So you actually got to work with like Benny Blanco and Ryan Tedler and like, you know, others. It was kind of cool. And I forget the name of it, but it was only a couple of seasons, and I didn't see it come back. But that might have been because I gave up TV. Like, yeah. I mean, I have a TV and I have cable. I just don't really watch a lot of it, really anymore. I think the last thing I've actually watched on cable was some documentaries on Murdaugh, and I watched them, you know, through the app actually on my PC. I didn't even actually watch the TV. I watched them after the fact. And I watched House of Dragons on HBO, which was the spin-off from Game of Thrones. I like watching cooking competitions from other countries. I've watched a lot of MasterChef. The best one is MasterChef Australia. You can learn a lot from other cultures. Yeah, exactly. You know, I get that. You know, into like I do love. I used to love watching cooking shows like Jamie Oliver and Nigella Lawson and even Giada De Laurentiis for Italian. You know, uh, I did. I spent a lot of time a few years ago watching a lot of cooking. But there's that one English, like The Great Bake Off or something like that, that I watched that was pretty good too. Oh, just watching pastry chefs is phenomenal. Like, mm. Yes, you're listening to them speak in their languages, just listening to the sounds of the way that they speak, take to smash it up and see if the words are kept or not, using other people's musical talent. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do too, and I just love watching all of the cooking shows, the competition shows. Like I used to watch a lot of the before I got like so invested in like every day. Mostly now I watch true crime videos and hearings and news reports. And I'm constantly taking notes. Mm. I mean, I'll already have almost a full show for the end of the week on Saturday. Like this Saturday I did a stream and I did like 5 or 6 updates at once. And already like 3 or 4 of those have more updates. I've already got more stuff on Scientology on Leah Remini's case. So stuff happened. It always happens. Like I do a stream to bring you up to date, and the very next day, that case will hit the news cycle and there'll be all this stuff on it, you know. There'll be all this stuff on it, you know. And there's a whole bunch of stuff on Alec Baldwin in the Ross case. There's more on the New York civil hush money case with Judge Merchan and Trump. There's more going on there. Yeah. There's more going on with Andrew Tate. Yeah. I'm thinking, what do you guys think? How do you feel about if I did it on like Saturday again, like I did this week, and just give you a run through of the updates so that we don't get too far behind? And I so resonate with this because my TV is big. And when I get the new computer, I'm actually going to turn my bedroom PC, my bedroom monitor, which is I think a 42-inch, is gonna be my TV is gonna be one of my monitors. Like, because I've been convinced that I need more than one monitor. I don't know how it happened, but it did happen. I'm like amazed, like several of the people I talk to regularly have 3 monitors, like 3 monitors. And I'm like, what do you do with all of that? And they just say it's so much easier to make things bigger and to see the chat and to work, like, especially if you're doing with OBAs. So I don't know. I guess I would. But I'm thinking, they did a multiple case update way that we ran it through for the week. This trial is anticipated to be 8 to 10 weeks, which I just can't even imagine. But that's what they're saying. But I mean, just out of curiosity, how many of you still actually watch an actual television, like through regular TV stations or cable, and not bring it through like the internet to your YouTube, like, through a browser, like just physically like watch it? I know the way we watch it now, like through our cable system, we can like just program the DVR to record scheduled shows. Some of them we don't even have to record because we could just go back and do the lookup through the cable company for series and all and watch old episodes, Yeah, Aunt Jerry says no TV here, just streaming in YouTube. You do, but not watch. Mark, do you watch mostly news or sports on TV? Most of my friends and family are only using the TV for sports or news. That's it. Yep. Mm. It is. I'd say I only watch, like, I'll schedule to record something that's not going to be on playback through the system, But otherwise, I really don't. If I do watch something, I'm pulling it in through my cable system offers me an app that I can pull in through the PC or my phone, and I get to watch, that way. And I'm just so used to it now because, like, sometimes I'm watching stuff with people from around the world, which I really enjoy because it's like I don't like to sit and watch something by myself very much. I like to talk to people about it, so. I mean both Rocket Couch, like both cable TV and TV, just if you actually watch the physical like television instead of bringing it up in your monitor, like through your PC or through a tablet or your phone. If we actually, like I have one in my front room, I got a 60-inch in the front room that basically when the boys come, it just is a gaming console because they have the Xbox attached to it. And like it just turns into this big giant screen for them. They love it. Like while they're hanging upside down on the couch playing, Yes. Yes, I let them hang upside down on the couch. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I do. But anyway, they don't like we don't really use it for a lot of regular TV watching. Yeah. Yeah, more news, like in sports. Yeah. You have two monitors now? Yeah. And like Anna, how do you use them? Like I've been asking everybody who has multiple monitors, like how exactly do you use them? Like when I do too. You know what, Mark? That's when I'm using it like a screen, like a monitor. I watch Netflix. You can watch Netflix through my TV. Like my cable system has what they call like a little divot button apps, and I can pull up like news channels, and I can watch YouTube and Netflix, and I can even bring Crunchyroll through there and watch anime that way. And it makes it like more like a monitor though, like because it goes out on the internet to grab it. It. And just says, I don't think people would want to watch fictional crime shows with me. I like to guess who did it through the show. Every time there's a new piece of evidence, I'm like, oh, no, Bob did it. But that's what I like about it because, like, I'm watching a show with someone right now, and we watch it like every day, a little bit of it. And they always are telling me their theories about it and everything. And, they're right all the time, which is really frustrating. They're like, oh, I called it. Like, and we're always pausing the show to talk about something, but I enjoy it. Like, that's one of the best parts of watching it for me if I'm going to spend the time. So I don't know. I think people, some people like myself, I would enjoy watching a fictional crime show with you and trying to figure it out. I mean, because that's part of the fun of it, you know? Especially when the evidence and everything, you're going, nope, nope, we're gonna find out there's a twist, and I like to like go, oh, here comes the twist, get ready. This is or when you're talking back to the screen saying how obvious something is. Yeah, they do consider that spoilers, but yeah, it's kind of the fun. I mean, it's only a spoiler if you've actually really watched the show before and you're telling them exactly what's going to happen. But predicting it and working it out as you go, it's not really a spoiler, but it's fun. It's fun. Yeah. Yeah. I'm often wondering why I pay for so many channels through cable right now when I'm not watching like anything. Basically, it's because the boys visit all the time and I want them to have availability to everything that they would want to see. I don't want to limit it for them. But I really should take a poll of like what they're watching and what they're not and try to see if I can, minimize it. You know how the cable companies are, they just want to sell you the biggest package available like all the time. I have family members who do not use cable at all. They just get internet and they get like just streaming services like Hulu and Disney and things like that. And they put them. That's how they use the cable box internet. It doesn't have like regular TV at all. Although they do get a lot of the shows like through these what do you call it, a Roku stick or some kind of like a Fire Stick or something like that that can go out on the internet and like give you access to stuff instead of cable. Yeah. Angie, I think you're right. The more times you change your mind on who did it, the better the show is. That's right. Keep you guessing and twisty. I love shows like that. I used to watch like CSI and one of my favorite shows, and this will be no surprise to most of you, here in America was Law and Order. Like I watched that for years, years and years and years. Yeah, I loved that show. I loved watching it from the crime all the way through the trial. Like, yeah. And then I loved watching CSI because it like even though a lot of it was fantastical and not really accurate as far as how things can go, it was fascinating to get involved in the behind the scenes part, to get a little glimpse on, how things are done. Yeah, I see Rocket Couch. That's what the dilemma that I have right now is to get rid of the cable would be more expensive to try to substitute how I use everything. So I'm just changing how I use it. Oh, you have Fire TV, Mark? I heard that it's pretty good. You have TVs in the same place as I do. I have them in the lounge, my bedroom, and the guest room because, like, to be polite so they can watch. I'm considering putting a television and internet in the boys' room too. But right now, they love to do all that in the lounge. And actually, if I put it in there, they'd probably stay up all night. Once they were sent to bed, they would just turn it on in there. This is probably the main reason I haven't done that yet. Yeah, those tier packages, like, and they don't let you customize. They go, oh, we have it this way or that way, but they don't make it very boutique. I would love to just be able to put my channels together myself, you know? A lot of them include sports channels and channels that I would never ever really watch. And thinking they'll be coming back within the next 15 minutes or so. And then after that, um, it does say that research is at 5:30. Now, they kept pretty close to lunchtime. It was like 1:55 when they finished up with the witness, but then, now we're going to have John Pryor, and that's going to be quite so, extra coffee, stretch, get some air. But if you guys want to take a break, I'm cool with it too. You just got to let me know in the chat. Like, I don't know the best way to do this. Talk the whole time or actually just put on some music and wait. But I do enjoy talking with you guys. I just don't want to bore you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to bore you talking about food and cable, but hey, this is how conversations go. We go wherever they go. I'm gonna have to come up with questions to ask you guys. That's what it is. Like, keep you paying attention. So since we're talking about cable and TV and media in general, what's the last thing that you watched? Like the very last thing that you watched, whether it was like you can only go back one day, like yesterday or today, that's memorable in your mind. Like, although the last thing that I watched before I went to bed last night was an expose on P. Diddy. Actually, it was not just one, it was three different videos on P. Diddy in regards to the allegations in prior reputation, in like a lowdown of his whole career and how it started, just to refresh me up like on all of that. There's actually updates on that case also. um well, that's what I watched last night and a little bit this morning. Yeah. And I also watch some anime. I watch a little bit of anime every night. I'm watching a series called Black Clover. It's kind of a hero kind of one. It has some good upbeat messages, and it makes me laugh a lot. And I do like to laugh. It kind of makes me feel good. And just says the last thing I watched was a cooking show on YouTube. The streamer is a Brit, so lots of traditional UK food that I've never heard of. Really? Like UK traditional UK food, mostly like European foods I'm familiar with are hand pies, bubble and squeak, bangers, which is like a big fat sausage, like well done. Of course, shepherd's pie, Yorkshire puddings, roast beef. Mm. So I'm curious as to some other interesting things, you know. Raw CSI is good, but I'll always. Oh, why is that not coming up? Okay. I don't know. Oh, there it is. I'm sure CSI is good, but I'll always remember them for I'll create a GUI interface in Visual Basic to track the killer's IP. Exactly. But and it's not possible, right? Rocket Couch, like if you know, right? Like sometimes a little bit of knowledge can spoil it, you know. But it's television. Like I always just have to nod and go, yeah, what do I expect? It's TV, you know. Backyard Chef is the channel, the English channel. I'll check it out, Jared. Hey, Jared, thank you very much. I'd like to see some traditional UK food. Cool, in my family is let's just say the European food is like all over. Irish, Hungarian, in English. A little bit of Scottish, my sister's in-laws are, Scottish, and they do a lot of the traditional foods. Yeah, I know, Rocket. It's not possible. Like that. Yeah, we'll find his exact IP address just like this on a visual. It's not possible. It's just ridiculous. It's unnecessary. Hello, Leon. We're on the lunch break. Welcome back. We were talking about what was the last thing that you watched within the last like 48 hours or 36 hours, I would say, on cable or TV. How did you watch it? Through a monitor, a tablet, or an actual TV? And we were talking about like if you actually watch traditional TV in a traditional way, like not through a PC monitor or through a tablet or your phone, but actually on the television, like sitting with just that. Yeah. Did you like to watch a lot of crime shows, Rocket Couch? I did. Shogun on tablet. Shogun, you mean the movie? That was such first of all, the books blew me away. Oh my gosh, I remember my aunt Peggy gave me that book to read. She told me about it was I love historical novels like that. Shogun was fantastic. And that is one of the ones that went book to movie that I was actually pleased with. It was just as enthralling. I was actually I usually have a lot of complaints about book to movie, like because like I'm always reading the book first and there's so much more in it, or at least I glean so much more out of it, the book, than I do the movie. Like, well, Shogun, oh, that thing was fantastic. So and you used the streaming service instead of like regular TV? So Liam, I had asked everybody, do you actually watch any television at all anymore? So many of us just don't. Like it seems like I'm part of like the norm now that just don't. Oh, it's a mini series. I watched the original series when it came out, so I have to readjust to the new actors. I didn't know there was a new one. I'll have to check it. Is it only in the UK? It was a movie, Anna? Yeah. No, you watched it on TV? No TV. Oh. So you have no television. Yeah. Some of the things Backyard Chef made are Wet Nelly, Charlie cakes, Welsh plate cakes, teasing that, Rumble de Thumps in Clutie pudding. I've heard of Clutie pudding. What is a Rumble de Thump? Oh, Liam, can you translate any of that? Charlie cakes? I'm going to have to check this out, Andrew. I don't recognize the names of any of that. But then again, they could be calling it something different than my nan would, you know? Thank you for the link, Liam. I appreciate that. I did not know there was a new series. Like that. It's cool. I did love the book so much. Are you liking it? Is it keeping to the book? You think? Besides them being new actors, you know? Okay. I know Charlie cakes. They're like Eki cakes. Okay, now what's Eki? What's it Eccles? What's an Eccles cake? What less sweet? Okay, now you both have to tell me what an Eccles cake is in here, Liam. Like, it sounds like a dessert, like pudding, right? More coffee for the bear. I'm trying to debate with whether to have my cheese and crackers while John Pryor is speaking or if he's going to ruin my appetite. If I'm going to get frustrated. I don't want to get frustrated while I'm snacking. They're crumbly pastry around dried fruits. Each is a slightly different. Oh, okay. All right. So it's like a dried fruit mixture. Okay. Each is slightly different texture. I'll have to look it up. I do like things less sweet, so it might be something I'd be interested in making. I do love myself some hand pies. I think hand pies are like the best thing ever. If you can make a good pastry and you can make a savory one or a sweet one, and then just make a hand pie. I love to make hand pies out of leftovers, including like fruits that are like just, you don't want to eat them raw anymore. Charlie and Eccles are the places they're from. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Hmm. Oh, you clicked on a video because it looked okay. So that's what I was thinking when you said that they were like, crumbly pastry around dried fruits. I was thinking Newton. I do love fig Newtons. And here we can get the fig Newtons in strawberry also. I do like a little fig Newton. That it's one of the packaged biscuits that Americans call them. We call them cookies here in America, but I'm so used to going back and forth. Green chicken curry pie. That sounds so good. Is it a hand pie? But I think hand pie, like I would love, like when I was younger, I would have loved to have a food truck that was just hand pies, like of all different kinds, like all kinds of ethnic fillings of everything in desserts, sweet, savory, like the whole thing, the whole 9 yards, just all in a walk around with it in your hand pie, portable, like street food like that. Oh, I do love a good curry, Mark. I can make curry out of anything. Like actually, one of my pantry staples rather is a curry paste that I get from the Chinese market, and there's like so many different varieties of it. I got green, yellow, red curry paste of all different ethnic cuisines, like all of them. Some more on garlic, some more on ginger. Some even more on dried fish and shrimp. Uh, well, I mean, I make a good pumpkin curry and I make curry out of just anything. I make a good red chicken curry. Um, that is like really good. Okay, so uh Rocket says, so now that I got my fingers free, there are ways to track an IP address. Which ones you'd be able to use would depend on the case, but neither Visual Basic nor GUI interface are remotely practical. And I get that. I get that. And because mostly, like when you're tracking an IP address goes to your service provider anyway. If you track my IP right now, it's not going to come from where I live. It's going to come from where the service is coming out from my internet, which is going to be in North Jersey somewhere. Like it's not going to be exact. Oh, jungle curry. I love vegetable curries. Like I love vegetable curries, and I love spicy. I will tell you though, Kettle Chips just came out with a habanero lime potato chip, or like a crisp. It is too hot to eat. Like it is hot to the point where there's no flavor to the heat, and I don't like that. Habaneros usually have a really good flavor, but I don't know what they did with this chip. It's like bad. Mm. Oh, I love ethnic shops like that. I have an Indian wholesale place too, and it's the best place for me to get my spices. I could get a whole bag of bay leaves, dried bay leaves for like $1. And like they're like $12 for three in the glass jar in the supermarket. Like it's insane. But I do love the ethnic shop. I have actually a Chinese market a block away from me, and the Indian wholesale shop is like three or four. It's like about a half a mile to a mile away. I live in a little rural section, but I also have a chicken farm. And there's a meat processor laying down the road, in a slaughterhouse, so to speak. We got a lot of separate shops like that. Like we've actually got some ethnic bakeries. In What I really love is that we still have butcher shop. And in Red Bank, we used to have a cheese shop, but we no longer do. We do though, close by, about 20 minutes away. We've got a pie shop. All they do is make pies, but they're the desserty type pies, not savory pies. But they got a really, really good crust. Thank you, Liam, for putting the pictures in there. I can't look I can look on my phone, but I wouldn't be able to post anything for anybody, Liam, because of the when I was explaining earlier or in the beginning of the break that when I'm doing the stream, I only have the stream up on the PC to keep the feed as strong as I can. I discovered an online Asian grocer that delivers even fresh and frozen food. I tried these crisps that were called Angel Crisps or something. They were supposed to be spicy, but they just tasted plain. Don't you hate that? Like, I hate when I'm like expecting a little bit of a kick and it's just boring. Well, these were like too exciting, like way too exciting, these kettle kits. And they're like kettle cooked, which means it's like the boiling oil, and then they finished them in the air fryer, and then they got all this like in an air fryer, and then there's like all this habanero spice all over them. They're really red, and they've got like the kind of like Doritos have that like spicy stuff on them. But it was just on your tongue. It just filled your mouth with the kind of heat that just is unpleasant. Like it doesn't have any flavor to it. It was just uncomfortable. The grocer is called Wee, Andrea. That's a great name. That is a great name. Good morning, Deep Steak. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. I agree, Mark. Air fryers are like the best small appliance. And here we go with the small appliances, like too much. But that is the one I really like. That has got to be it, just for even heating, like heating things up and like saving the calories on extra frying and stuff, and just making things nice and crisp. They are like amazing, amazing. Yeah, and I agree. I want to taste it. I don't want just uncomfortable heat. Like hot peppers all have different flavors. Like, there's California Fresno chilies taste totally different from a jalapeno or a poblano or a chipotle, which is smoky, and habanero and Scotch bonnet, and the tiny really skin tight chilies, have a totally different heat. Like they're all different. And I want to taste it. Like sometimes when they do these like spicy crisps and everything like that, they just get a little bit crazy. You don't have a lot of Mexican suppliers though, huh? Mm. Luckily though, the Mexican profile is usually like the basic profile is easy as far as spices, but I do agree that it is better with the Mexican cheeses like cojito, do actually enhance a lot. And pepitas, in the cactus petals, like and stuff like that. Making a good mole sauce. Rocky says again, IP tracking depends on the method. One used a lot by scam batters to trick scammers into installing a sneaky remote access tool would definitely give you an exact IP address and more. Okay. Cool. South American chilies aren't that interesting to me. I prefer Southeast Asian or Chinese. Szechuan, I do, because that is a flavorful spice. I agree with you, Andrew. It actually has flavor. Island spicy is good though, like Trinidad and such. I love Jamaican jerk spice. I really do. Um, I do. I like things that are spicy with ginger. Also, like ginger has its own spice to it, especially fresh ginger that I enjoy. And the combination of ginger and fresh chilies is just exquisite to me. I really enjoy it. What I agree with you with the Szechuan peppers, I have them dried, and I do know in Korean barbecue and kimchi, we use the gochujang. Like I can't even say it, but it's a special type of pepper that has a unique flavor to it. They make it in paste. I have it dried and in paste form and to use for making kimchi and for making my kimchi fried rice and for making Korean barbecue mostly, which is a very spicy barbecue, but with a sweet under flavoring. It's just delicious. It is one of the favorite dishes in my family that I make. Gochujang. Gochujang. Okay. Gochujang. Okay. Okay. That's the pepper though. I remember in the Discord I was trying to spell it out and you knew exactly what I meant though. Well, thanks, Andrew. I agree, Liam. Those scammers, they want to get that app on our PC to make their life easier, don't they? Hmm. I'm hoping not. Yeah. I don't need anything else to worry about. Yeah. It's bad enough I keep getting emails that say my packages can't be delivered and they want all my information. I'm like, I didn't order anything. Get out of here. I can't even say that, Aunt Chair. but I'm gonna look it up. It does sound interesting. Yeah. I do like different textures. And like I said, unami is truly a thing. I do like the salty, sweet, spicy, savory combinations. I I do enjoy it. I like things a little pickled even, you know. Exactly. Don't give you're looking don't give it. Yep. Don't give it, right? Rocket Couch, they want it. You should never give to a stranger on the internet. The kind of information. Yeah. No. Okay, we're back.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I'm gonna mute. Welcome back to the trial, everyone.
Mr. Wood, before we proceed, is the statement be ready, before it's in the jurisdiction, is there anything to bring up?
Yes, if you would have a sidebar about the issue, the evidence issue is not that.
Did they seriously just announce they were back to mute and do a sidebar like immediately? Okay. And we'll just wait till they're back. I wonder what this one's about. This should be interesting. I wonder what they get to talk right away from launch. They're back and they muted us. So we just get to just but like the galley looks pretty full, huh? Yeah. It's interesting how they have the defense and the prosecution at angles. Like I just was noticing, and it does look like our witness is already seated. That would be Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo, from Rexburg. He's a Rexburg County detective, and so they're going to continue with his testimony on there. I see Chad Daybell just frittering around at the desk there. Just at least he's moving now. For a while, he didn't move at all. It was quite unsettling to see him sitting there so stoically. But like I had talked in the chat earlier, Nate Eaton, he's on Twitter. He's actually in the courtroom. He's in the galley there, and he has been posting the mood of the room, and also what the prosecution and the defense are saying, and who the witnesses are, and what's going on. He's doing like a live feed for East Idaho News. He also does like for the CNN Wire. He does articles and stuff like that. So he's been following the case for a while. So I've been reading what he said. But he said Chad was very chipper in chatting lively with John Pryor previously, but then he like was sitting there staring at the judge, the juror for a while, the jury. And it must be unsettling. Okay, they are coming back. And let's see if we get this show on the road.
All right, we're on the record now. This is CR 22211623, State versus Chad Daybell. The jurors are not present at this time. Had a sidebar with counsel. Previously, a few of the exhibits that were offered and admitted had some reference material on them, base numbers, etc., from the case that the court raised a concern. And I believe, Mr. Wood, what you've done is figured out a way to remove those references from the exhibits, and the court would know those references were not published to the jurors. and they won't be, so the court will permit those references to be removed from exhibits before they are published or provided to the jurors. Is that how we're gonna handle that, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that's my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pryor, any objection from the defense to proceeding in that matter with those few exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure then that the original court exhibits to the jurors will have that information removed before the jurors are either published the information or receive copies of it. And with that, then I believe there are no other issues to take up before the jurors are brought in. Is the defense ready to proceed as well, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we'll continue with testimony of this witness, and Mr. Wood, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought in this time.
Thank you.
Well, now there'll be another few minute delay while they bring the jury in and seat them. Well, basically, that was the objections by John Pryor. There was something on the evidence like that it wasn't labeled appropriately, or there
All
was
rise.
additional information there. And so apparently that's been solved. Well, let's make note. John Pryor's got a big mountain to climb in defense here, and we're going to be looking for technical issues here. Did you know that the percentage of cases in appeals and murder trials and guilty victim verdicts that get over appealed is almost always granted an appeal and or overturned based on a technical issue like that? So actually the fact that they just addressed
Thank
it and
you.
straightened
Please
it
be
up is a
seated.
good thing. Exactly, Liam. They don't want to. It really pronounced that the exact evidence listed in the five
Conclude the
life
lunch break at
sentences.
this time. We're continuing with testimony of Detective Hermosillo and Mr. Wood. If you're ready, you can inquire. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, before we broke, we were speaking about the search of a residence. Can you remind us what residence that was?
I believe it was apartment 175.
And whose residence was that?
Lord Dallas.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7A through 7K.
Okay, what are we waiting for now? Oh, they're bringing the relabeling of everything, I guess. Would it really sway the jury? I mean, yes, I think it is prejudicial
The
to
witness is handed State's Exhibits 7A through K. They've been reviewed by defense. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 7A through K? Go ahead and take a minute and review them.
Yes, sir.
What do those exhibits look to be?
They are photographs that were taken of Lord Bell's residence in the morning of November 27th.
And were you present? You testified earlier, you were present at the search of that apartment on that date, correct?
That's right.
Did you walk through every room in that apartment?
Yes, I did.
Did you take these pictures?
No, I didn't.
Do you recognize them as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that room that day?
Yes, I did.
Or, I'm sorry, in that apartment that day?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the state, moving for admission, states exhibits 7, 8, and 10.
Any objection from the defense?
Why do you need a objection?
Yes, and use your microphone, please, Mr. Buck.
May I, Judge?
Yes,
Officer, what time were these pictures taken?
I don't know the exact time, roughly between 10 and noon, I would guess.
Are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know exactly what time, sir.
Okay, who took the pictures?
I don't know who took the pictures, sir.
What day did they take the pictures?
I believe I testified November 27th, 2019.
Well, if you weren't there, how do you know if you don't know who took it or who?
Judge, any mistake in the testimony?
and I'll allow it. You can continue more there.
I never once said I wasn't there. I was there the entire time on
That's not what my question was. Question was, you weren't there when the pictures were taken, were you?
I wasn't there when they were taken. No.
You don't know the condition of the home when the pictures were taken, is that correct?
I was there when the pictures were taken, not standing next to the photographer.
So you were there when the pictures were taken,
That's correct.
but yet you don't even know who the photographer was who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't know a photographer who's taking pictures for a police investigation that you're in charge of?
I wasn't standing next to the photographer. I was inside the residence when the photos were being taken. At the same time they were being taken, I wasn't standing next to him.
Okay, but the question I asked is, why is it that you don't know the name of the photographer when this scene was closed off for investigation pursuant to a search warrant, and you can't tell me who the name of the photographer was who took these pictures?
There were a lot of people that were part of that search warrant. I can't tell you exactly who took the photographs.
Well, that's what my concern is.
Prior, and we're getting speaking objections now. If there's a continuing objection, state the grounds.
Well, there were a number of people that were in and out of that apartment, is that right?
In and out of that apartment? No, sir. In that apartment, yes.
How many people were in the apartment at the same time?
Roughly 10.
And you would know all of the names of the people that were in the apartment, right?
Correct.
Yet you don't know the name of the photographer who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Your Honor, I'm going to lay some more foundation.
All right, you can lay additional foundation, and I'll also note it is a group of photographs, so if you have to work through them individually, we will. I'll note just an objection on 7, 8, K, and Mr. Lee, you can seek additional foundation related before I rule on the objection.
Detective, you testified you were present that day,
That's correct.
and you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of what you saw in that apartment.
That's correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the condition you found the apartment in?
Yes, sir.
And as you look through these pictures, is there anything in there that is different than the way you found it?
No.
Your Honor, the state moves again for the admission.
Objection again, Judge. There isn't a proper foundation. The officer can't even tell me who took the pictures. He doesn't know what time the pictures were taken. And the condition he's talking about is the condition that he saw, not necessarily when the pictures, in the condition when the pictures were taken. So there hasn't been proper foundation here.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection as it relates to photographs finding the officer has personal observation. of the location. The one exception that I'll consider a standing objection on is on 7G, which is different, I would say, than just showing the apartment. Not saying it's not admitted, but still under advisement, pending additional objection on foundation. So photographs with the exception of 7G are admitted, and you can inquire further, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Detective, can you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 7A?
That's the front door of apartment 175, front porch area.
And is this the apartment that you searched while you were for JJ?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7B?
So as you walk into the front room of the apartment, that's looking towards the dining kitchen room area. There's a child's car suitcase sitting there. Like I testified earlier, it looked like it was lived in. There's still cups, things on the counter, paper towels, everything looked normal.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's standing in the kitchen, facing the doorway, so the opposite direction of Glass Orga. You can see the stairwell going upstairs. There's still pictures on the wall, TV, papers on the counter. Everything looked normal at that point, Joe.
Observed in State's Exhibit 7D.
So when I testified about the crawl space under the stairs, and the 72-hour kits, those are a few of the 72-hour kits, along with the Star Wars suitcase that we had located.
When you, Your Honor, does the court have a pointer?
I don't know, let's have the bailiff from the, no, we do not, so.
Can you point to what you're referring to, describe the 72-hour kit?
So these black
Hold on a
bags,
second. Mr. Wood, yeah, okay, go ahead.
these black bags with the 72-hour kits, there's some underneath here that you can't see. There's some here, and then that's the Star Wars suitcase that I was referring to earlier.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7E?
That's the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom of the stairwell. This part right here goes into the front room, and the front door is right here.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7F?
This is the master bedroom. So when you come up the stairwell, immediately to your left is this entrance here. Like I testified, there was bedding, pillows, everything looked normal in the room at that point. This is a bathroom as well.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7H?
7H is what caused some red flags for us when we were searching the apartment.
Why was that?
Because of all these empty hangers. People go on trips.
Judge, I'm gonna object this unresponsive. There isn't a question here, that's a narrative.
Sustained. Detective, I asked you why the empty closet was concerning to you.
Because when we made contact with Lori Rallo the day before, she had lived in the apartment. She was in the apartment living. The very next morning, when we served the warrant, this is what we found, empty hangers.
And Detective, why would empty hangers be concerning to you?
Because it appeared to us that she grabbed her clothes, left everything else and took off.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7I?
This was a bedroom. If you walk down the hall towards the west, this is the bedroom on the right-hand side. This is the bedroom we found Alex Cox, some of Alex Cox's belongings in. So this is the bedroom to the right.
And what belongings of his did you find there?
There was a plastic tub with some of his belongings in, some hygiene things that had his name on them, things like that.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7J?
This is the same bedroom. There's one of the plastic tubs that had some belongings of Alex. There's some prescription pills up here that had Alex's name on them. And then there was some white Tyvek suits that were in the closet area.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7K?
This is the room to the left. So the previous room was to the right. This is the room to the left. It had twin beds, bedding, everything looked normal in that room as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7G again for further foundation. Very well. That's if you recognize State's Exhibit 7G.
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
A rental agreement with the tenant of Lori Ryan.
And you testified earlier about finding the rental agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the rental agreement that you were speaking about?
Yes, it is.
And where was that located in the residence?
In the master bedroom on a desk in the corner.
And you saw it there?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the rental agreement you saw?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibit G, 7G.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 7G is admitted as well.
May I publish?
Yes.
Second, is this the rental agreement we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And you testified earlier about searching the storage unit, correct?
Correct.
Was this the rental agreement that led you to that storage unit?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8A through 8Q.
All of these very long pauses are starting to annoy me a little bit because I don't know whether to unmute or not. And then they're going back and forth to checking the evidence because of the objections by John Pryor that they showed that there was extra things on there. So they're checking everything as they go through. So it's going to be a little bit of a delay. Those deputies are definitely getting their steps in today. The Rocket Couch, no, there is not a feed of the screen itself. Currently what you see up there now is not like that's what it looks like without the evidence on it, that big circle, that's the seal. Then when they put up the document, but we're not going to be able to see it very clearly. I have tried increasing
I'm going to ask you to take a moment and review State's Exhibit 8A through 8M.
I've tried to increase the image. I'm not able to affect their feed, but even on my own monitor, when I increase it, it's still quite blurry when the documents go up. It was hardly visible just to see the images of the photographs of the apartment that we were looking at, which was all the Vallow apartment, Lori Vallow's apartment, when they went to look for a wellness check on the children. And that was when they were became suspicious on some of the things they saw in the investigation. Yeah, and Chair, I have too. I keep thinking it stopped. Like, or maybe they lost the audio or something happened with my system. Like, it's making me a little nutty.
Detective, what do you State's Exhibit 8A through 8M report to be?
Photographs that we had taken in number 175 in
And what day were these photographs taken?
November 27th, 2019.
And was this a part of the search that you testified to earlier?
Yes,
And you were present in the garage?
that's correct.
Were these items laid out in this manner when you got to the garage?
No,
Were they taken out to be photographed?
yes,
And did you observe that taking place?
I did.
Right. And Other than moving those items to be photographed, are these pictures, are these items in the same condition that you observed them that day?
Yeah, it's in the same condition, like I testified to, we manipulated some of them so we get better photographs.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed in the garage of that apartment that day?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 8A through 8M.
Or, you know.
I'm sorry. I should have said 8L.
Any objection as it relates to 8A through L?
Judge, why do you have any objection?
Very well.
Officer, as before, were you present when the pictures were taken?
yes,
What was the name of the person who took the pictures?
Detective Daybell.
Were you present at the exact time that the pictures were taken of all of these items?
Yes, I was.
Who else was present at the time that these pictures were taken?
I couldn't tell you who else was in the room.
Well, we were in a garage, weren't we?
Couldn't tell you who else was in the garage.
Were there so many people there that you don't know?
No, I
Your
just,
Honor, this doesn't go to foundation.
I'll allow them more for dire few issues prior to continuing.
So many people in the garage, you didn't know who was there?
no, I just can't recall their names at this.
They're not officers that work with you?
They are.
How big of a garage are we talking about?
I couldn't testify to that.
2-car garage, 1-car garage?
As far as I think we're getting costs here, is this a foundation objection still?
Judge, I'm trying to establish. Judge, I'll move on. Say that.
All right, the court's considered foundation objection as it relates to exhibits A through L. I'll overrule the objection and those may be admitted.
Thank you, Matt Publish.
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So when I testified earlier about various magazines, weapons, there were knives, this is where we found those items. And
I
this,
just want to stop you real quick to clarify, when you say magazines, what type of magazine are you referring to?
magazines that go in rifles.
And you testified that you moved these items to take pictures of.
Correct.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So here's some of the various magazines that we took out of some of the tubs. There's some ammunition. There's a few suppressors that screw on to the end of a gun to muffle the sound. There's a ghillie suit. Different items in this photo. Different spots.
Could you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 8B?
So these were items that were located in black plastic bags, which are right here that I'm pointing to. So we simply took those items out of these plastic bags and laid them out so we get photographs of them.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8C?
These are various caliber ammunition in plastic bags that were located in plastic tubs.
Didn't say ammunition, those are for bullets, correct?
Correct.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8D?
This was one of the rifles that we had located in the garage in apartment 175. It's got duct tape here. What you can't see up top. is-
Judge, unresponsive.
This way. I'm gonna move the picture so you can see the top. What did you observe at the top of State's Exhibit 8D?
Like I was testifying to, at the top of this rifle, it's threaded for a suppressor to muffle the sound of a gunshot.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8E?
This rifle here is the exact same rifle from the previous picture. There's also another rifle that was in a bag, and that's this one here. This photograph was taken at the police department once we got the items back.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8F?
This is the rifle in the previous picture that was back here. It's just a close-up of that rifle.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8G?
Those are what I call the suppressors. From earlier that there was a photograph of these two men on the garage floor. This is just a close-up of both of those suppressors.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8H?
These are knives that were found amongst the ammunition in the rifles and tubs.
You described to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8I. Okay.
This is just a handgun that was also located that was still in the case inside the garage.
Did you observe in State's Exhibit 8J?
This is a Halloween mask, or what we think is a Halloween mask, that was located in a plastic bag in the garage along with duct tape and rope.
You described to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8K.
Once we remove the Halloween mask, this is the duct tape and the rope I was referring to in a Walmart bag.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8L?
That is a passport that's located in belongings in that garage belonging to Alex Cox.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Very well. Briefly review states exhibit 810 through 816.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to do?
These are items also located in the garage of 175. What we go through each.
Not yet. Did you observe these items with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
And you saw these on November 27th during your search of apartment 175?
Correct.
I believe you testified they were also in the garage.
That's correct.
Are these true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q.
Any objection? Yes, it's one to your name of objection, Judge.
Go ahead.
Officer, you previously testified that I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you staged certain items. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And some of the items that you staged, when I mean staged, you remove those from packages or boxes, and you laid them out to take pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage, or are these just selected pictures that you have decided to show today?
We took photographs of the items in the garage, anything that we thought was evidentiary value. We took photographs.
Okay, so the question is, the answer is then that you did not take pictures of everything that was in the garage. Is that fair?
No objection, Your Honor. This is cross, doesn't put a foundation of these items.
I do sustain that. We need to be on the narrow issue of foundation for admission or not, and we need to be allowed to cross later, of course. Questions about
So the
foundation.
question is that when I hear previously that you took items out of a package and you took pictures of select items, did you take all of these items out of some sort of packaging and take select pictures of these as well?
Yes, we took these out of tubs that were in the garage. We took photos.
So when you were there and present going through the garage, and we don't know how big this garage is because you don't know. You couldn't see these in plain sight when you went through them, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know what was in the garage and what wasn't. These were staged by someone else who took pictures, that correct?
We took these out of tubs and took photographs of them.
Who took them out of the tubs?
I couldn't tell you what officer took them out of the tubs.
When did they take them out of the tubs?
Are you asking for a time, sir?
I'm asking for a time, yeah.
Roughly 10 to 12, I would say.
In the afternoon, in the morning, when?
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 noon.
And you were present when they were taking these out of the tubs?
That's correct.
And who took these pictures of us?
Detective Hope.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, I'll rule an objection on foundation relating to exhibits 8M through Q, and those will be made.
Thank you. May I have a question?
You know,
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8M?
That is what appears to be an email printed item that was located in the garage of 175. There's some handwritten scribbles on it, some names, numbers associated with those names.
And at the time that you found those documents, did you understand what that meant?
No,
Were you able to determine, you said it was an email, who the sender of the email was?
yes,
Who was it?
Chad Daybell.
Were you able to determine who the recipient of the email was?
I don't recall the recipient. Just
No.
two sent it.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't think that down.
I just remember who sent the email.
And were you able to tell what date it was sent?
I believe it was October of 2018.
Is there a specific date?
I would have to look at it a little closer. It's in the upper left-hand corner.
Second, I'm going to have States Exhibit 8, and if you can describe what you observed there for the jury.
It's the same photograph from the last slide.
And States Exhibit 8 vote. Or is you vote?
That's also more of the same email papers from the last slide.
In fact, if I were to have States Exhibit 8 and that, would you be able to tell the date of the email?
Yes.
What is the date on that email?
October 30th, 2018.
And then detective, what did you observe in States Exhibit 8P?
Those were also in the tab books written by Chad Daybell.
And then lastly, what did you observe in States Exhibit 8Q?
That was a cell phone that was also found in the tub in the garage.
Were you able to look and get that cell phone at any time?
As far as forensically,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I looked at the report.
Detective, we've been talking about this search on November 27th, correct?
Correct.
And at any time that day, did you locate JJ Bell?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation to find JJ?
Our next step was to talk to anybody that would take our phone calls. JJ was,
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again becoming a narrative.
Your Honor, you're still just answering the basic question.
Overruled without objection.
JJ was who we were looking for. And so we were exhausting every effort to find JJ. So we would call his siblings, family members, any family friends, anybody that might know whereabouts JJ.
So who were some of those family members that you spoke with?
We ended up speaking with Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux, JJ's brother, Colby Ryan. Gilbert Police ended up speaking with family members down there. That's who we spoke.
At any time during your investigation, did the scope of the search change into who you were looking for?
It did.
Why was that?
After we spoke with Colby Ryan, who is JJ's brother, he mentioned that he
Judge,
had,
I'm going to object. This is hearsay.
Sustained. Detective, at any time did the scope of your search change to include the search for Tally Lane?
it did.
And so let's go back to your search very briefly on November 27th. Did you see Tally Ryan at that apartment at any time?
No,
And during your intermittent surveillance you talked about in early November, had you seen Tally Ryan?
no,
Did you ever meet Tally Ryan?
No,
Did you become familiar with who she was through your investigation?
yes, we did.
How did you do that?
After speaking with Colby, our search encompassed JJ and Tyler.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 5. I believe this comes in by stipulation.
It does. Judge, we've stipulated the admission of this exhibit. The council would be so kind as to repeat the exhibit number. Please.
5.
Thank you.
All right, exhibit 5 has been offered and admitted. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a birth certificate issues out of the state of Texas.
Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
No objection.
Go
Detective, were you able to read that on the screen?
Yes,
You could point out with your pointer the name of the individual or who that birth certificate applies.
the name is Tylee Ashley Ryan.
And what was the date of her birth?
September 24th, 2002,
And where was she?
Travis County, Texas.
And just for purposes of the record, can you state who her father was?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.,
And who was her mother?
Lori Noreen Cox.
Through your investigation, have you learned of Lori Vallow's maiden name?
Yes,
What was it?
Cox.
Okay. So Detective, you testified that at this point you were approximately when did the scope of your search widen to include Tylee Ryan?
It was after we spoke with Colby on December 11th, 2019. We entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan into what we call NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So on December 11th, 2019, we entered both of those children as missing and endangered.
How does NCMEC work?
It's a center where
I'm going to object at this point on foundation.
Mr. Wood, if there's any additional foundation, I agree it has been.
Okay. Can you restate again what the acronym NCMEC stands for?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And is that associated with the government entity?
It is.
Do you know which entity?
I don't.
Have you ever used NCMEC before in your job as a detective?
Yes.
How have you used it before?
When we have missing children, we enter and call NCMEC, enter the information, it goes into the database.
Mr. Wood, for the record, could you indicate what that acronym is?
Yes, Your Honor, it's NCMEC. Thank you. If you'd like the detective, can you just state what that stands for again?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you include any other law enforcement agencies in this search?
We did. After November 27th, we reached out for assistance from the FBI We reached out through Fremont County. So we were in contact with Gilbert Police, Chandler Police, anywhere down there where JJ or Tylee lived or could possibly be at.
And did you ever try to contact Lori Daybell in regards to the whereabouts for children?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
We tried contacting Lori by her cell phone. We also attempted to contact,
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Were you able to talk to her?
no, her cell phone was shut off.
Did you ever attempt to contact Chad Daybell in regards to the location of the children?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
We attempted to contact him through his cell phone.
And were you able to get in touch with him?
No, it was also shut off.
And at any time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
Judge, objection. Foundation.
Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, it's just a basic question. I think it's in line with the question we've been going through. I don't know what additional foundation.
Foundation is overruled. Witness can answer.
Did you ask that again, please?
Did Lori Vallow ever contact the Rexburg police, to your knowledge, regarding missing children?
No, she didn't.
Did Chad Daybell ever contact the Rexburg police regarding missing children?
And I'll renew my objection, Judge. Knowledge foundation.
It's overruled.
No, he didn't.
Detective, when you place the children in the NCMEC database, you receive tips from that.
Yes, we set up tip hotlines through NCMEC, also through the FBI and through the Rexburg Police Department. So anybody with any information on those two missing children could call any one of those numbers and provide us with any information.
And did you ever receive tips through NCMEC regarding JJ Vallow, Tyler Lane?
Yes, we did.
What would you do when you received those tips?
When we would receive the tips, we would assign it a tip number. And those tips were followed up on by detectives or other officers. So as soon as those tips came in, they would give a number and then assigned to an officer to take it follow.
And would those tips, when they come in, do they have a phone number associated with them?
A lot of times they did have a phone number. A lot of them were anonymous. They didn't want to get involved. So some of them had phone numbers where we could follow up, others didn't.
And if someone submits an anonymous tip through NCMEC, is there anything you can do to follow up on that?
It depends on the information they gave us, but we would follow up with any information that they had put on the tip.
And when a tip comes in with a phone number, would you call those individuals back?
Yes.
Did you ever alert the public that the children were missing?
We did. We held a press conference on November 20th, 2019. And alerted the public that we had two missing children in our area.
And after that press release came out, did you receive tips after that?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up on those tips as well?
Yes, we did.
Did any of those tips ever lead you to finding JJ Vallow?
No,
Did any of those tips lead you to finding Tylee Ryan?
no.
Detective, regarding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, are you aware if a child protection action was filed in Madison County?
Yes, it was.
Were you involved with that?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who
Wrote the affidavit.
thank you.
You want to re-ask your questions?
I will, I just letting the witness. Read the water.
Appreciate it.
Detective, what was the purpose of that affidavit?
To get Lori to produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health.
And are you aware if there was an order issued in that child protection action?
There was.
What did it order?
It ordered Lori Vallow to produce her children within 5 days of being served at court order.
Detective, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell in Lyndsey?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
A few different ways. Some of the tips that came in gave us location in Kauai, also through cell phone data.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to the time, date, location?
Are there foundational objections?
I'll just ask some more questions, Your Honor. Approximately when did you learn about the location of Chad and Lynn?
Beginning of January of 2020.
And you stated earlier, but what kind of tips gave you that information?
Eyewitnesses that would call in that said they saw Lori and Chad on the island of Kauai,
And where is Kauai?
in Hawaii.
Did you ever write warrants to aid or apply for warrants to aid you in finding Chad and Lynn?
Yes.
What kind of warrants were those?
We wrote warrants for cell phone data, geofence location, a few different warrants through cell phone companies to assist us in finding Chad and Lori or their location.
And did any of the data you received from those help you locate them?
Yes, it did.
Jacob, did you ever go to Kauai as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when did you get there?
I got to Kauai January 24th, 2020.
And once you got there, what was the purpose of going there?
We went there to aid and assist the Kauai Police Department in serving that court order to produce J.J. Tiley to the Rexburg Police Department.
And did you see Chad and Lori Daybell in Kauai?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned assisting the Kauai Police Department in serving that order. Are you aware if Lori Vallow was served with that order?
Yeah, she was on January 25th, 2019. Correction, 2020.
While you were in Kauai, did you do anything else?
We observed the Kauai Police Department serve 2 search warrants. One on Chad and Lori's condo and the other on the rental vehicle.
Did you perform those searches as well? Or just observe the Kauai Police Department do it?
No, we just observed and let them serve.
Do you recall where their condominium was located in Kauai?
I don't recall the physical address, but it was Princeville.
And is that a town or city in Kauai?
Yes.
When you observed the search of the residents they were living in Princeville, after the Kauai Police Department did their search, were you able to walk through that residence?
Yes, I was.
Right. What did you observe at that residence?
Everything looked normal. It appeared two adults were living there. There were beach towels, two beach towels, everything was in pairs. Food in the fridge, couches, everything seemed ordinary.
Did you see JJ Ballard there?
No,
Did you see Tyler Ryan there?
no,
Did you see anything that would have indicated to you that a child was living there?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe anything that would have indicated to you that a teenager was living there?
No,
Detective, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare?
no, she didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 6. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Kylie Ryan.
Did you, as part of your search, did you look at Tyler Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on her Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram?
Yes,
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Tyler Ryan?
yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that a true and accurate representation of Tyler Ryan?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you found that picture in?
Tylee A. Ryan.
And this individual is the Tyler Ryan that you came to recognize through your search.
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase proof of life. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything that we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tyler Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallow's iCloud account.
And what, do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Tylee taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the state or the witness behind State's Exhibit 29A, 29B, and 13. And I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right, take a look from defense for me as well.
Judge, that's correct, by way of stipulation.
All right, I'll just review those briefly and then. Have a quick sidebar, Council.
Sure.
Hmm. There's a lot of sidebarring going on. No, Mandy, prior, he's not on a death penalty case. He is not death penalty certified either. And that is why we had the whole big hearing a little bit back that Chad Daybell could have, because he's indigent, he's listed as the court, is not having any money. He could have got 2 death penalty attorneys to represent him through the state. However, he chose to stick with prior. No, there was the whole like I'm gonna leave thing and then I'm gonna stay thing that was a little while back. It was like crazy. Well, he chose, when asked by the judge, he verbally said he's staying with them. They had a whole hearing about it a little bit back. I believe I have it in the list, actually, in the Daybell stuff, that hearing.
And I will note that exhibits 29A and B and exhibit 13 are all admitted without objection. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 13? What does that report to?
That is the photograph taken from Warrior Styles, they testified to earlier with Tyler and West Dallas.
If I may publish.
Yes.
You can just identify the individuals in that photograph, Detective.
Sure. The little boy is J.J. Ballo. The Tyler Ryan's in the middle, and their uncle Alex Cox is on the right.
And as part of this exhibit, did it contain metadata?
Yes, it did.
And did the metadata in this is, well, can you describe to the jury what metadata is?
Sure. Metadata is like a time and date, as a time and date stamp with the photograph that's taken. So it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata?
That's correct.
And what date was this photograph taken?
September 8th, 2019 at 2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone.
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
Detective, revisiting this idea of proof of life. Throughout your investigation, were you ever able to find photographs dated later than that of Tylee Ryan living?
No.
And can you describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
From the iCloud account associated with Lordell.
And I believe you already said it, but just for purposes of the record, what was the name of that iPod?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lori Vallow?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs led you to believe that that was attached to Lori Vallow?
Family photographs, Lori Vallow's photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of blood for J.J. Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask this. The witness behind states Exhibit 14, which I believe also comes in by way of stipulation.
From our record, again, Mr. Wood, it's been stipulated to, and if there is there an objection to the 14 million?
No, Judge, it was entered by a stipulation of parties.
Or 14 is admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
That is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
And where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
And you mentioned you believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room, sitting on a couch that was found in Lori Vallow's apartment, apartment 175.
And did this picture have, well, may I publish it for the jury? Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 2?
That's JJ Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas.
And did this picture, was this picture accompanied by metadata?
It was,
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
yes.
Can you, what was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019,
Did you know what time of day it was taken?
11:46 a.m.
And just to clarify, what iCloud account was that? Was that picture taken from?
Also, Lori for Style, iCloud.
So Detective, you testified earlier that, well, you testified earlier that an order was served on Lori Vallow to produce her children.
Correct.
And I believe you already testified that she did not produce her children.
Correct.
What was the next step in your investigation after that?
Our next step in that investigation was to reach out to anybody that would possibly know where JJ was.
Who would you reach out to?
We reached out to family, the FBI, other agencies. Anybody that would take our calls, tips that were coming in.
Detective, while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And what did you know? Were you a part of that investigation?
I was a part of it, but my focus was mainly JJ and Tyler.
And what was the investigation in Fremont County regarding?
A suspicious death involving the defendant Daybell's wife.
And as part of your investigation, did you know when she had died?
Yes,
When was that?
October 19th of 2019.
You testified that your primary focus was locating Tyler and JJ, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
To make every effort to be concluding trial each day at 3:30, including today. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. And just for your reference as well, in case I forget to mention, we'll be going through evidence and testimony again tomorrow, scheduled 8:30 to 3:30. And then with some scheduling issues, we are going to not be holding court on Friday. And so we'll be back on Monday. I just want to make you aware of that schedule as well. So we'll go until 3:30 today, but at this time we will take our break. So we can try to keep the break to 20 minutes. I appreciate it. With that, I'll apologize for the jury.
Okay, so he did say we were taking an afternoon break. There should be like 15 minutes. But I thought recess was at 5:30, like an hour from now. So I'm wondering how much longer we're going to go once we come back to the trial. Well, I guess we'll see. Now, the times that I was given was taken from the mm, what happened there? Hmm, that's interesting. Did we just lose the feed? Crikey. Hopefully they get that resolved before they come back. Hmm. Hmm. But anyway, he did say that there's no court this Friday. So there will be a true crime and legal update on Friday. So I don't have to stream on Saturday. We will do it, let's see, what do you guys think? 7 o'clock? 8 o'clock? Hmm. There's a lot going on in Karen Reed's case. There was a hearing. There was motions on the Globe wanting to get some of the grand jury testimony and stuff. Yeah, and the FBI investigation. There's a lot going on. That trial also starts this week, next week. No, May. Was it May 12th? Yeah. Brian Kohlberger has a hearing this afternoon. And we'll see what that is about. That is probably about the change. I know that they moved out the change of venue motions, but they should be talking about the survey again, getting together to discuss how they're actually going to approach all of that one more time. Court TV has a feed. How do they have a feed if they're getting it from the? Okay, hold on. Well, do they have a delayed feed? I don't understand how they could have a feed since they're supposed to only get it from the George 2 shill. Let me just see. Yeah, it's still up. No, that's old. That's not what's going on right now, though. Their feed. No, their stream ended like the Court TV one. Once that feed went down. Yeah, I can hear that. But we don't. Yeah, their feed was behind. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with what I was hearing. I was hearing background noise and it was from a different feed. It's not from this one. But I guess it'll come back up on the break. Look, so for right now, I'll just put me up there because that's kind of boring. Yeah. Yeah, they must have been behind because they weren't showing the current feed. In just for the record, everybody has the same feed from the judges courtroom because there is only one feed and the court is in control of how the information goes out. That was just stipulated in the Judge Boyce's orders on the cameras and media and everything in there, that we could all use the feed, but it was going to come from them. So Court TV doesn't have their own feed. They have to use the judge's feed. Now they can enhance it in everything. You can try to get the volume up and you can do whatever, but they don't want anybody in there with their own cameras and their own camera angles. That's for sure. That's not happening. I don't know if they're using their own audio. Maybe they have their own mics in there, as long as they're putting them where the judge, where the judge says. But they're not allowed to have cameras on the jury. Nobody's allowed to be using their cell phones, laptops, anything like that. It's very specific. And when he extended the dissemination gag order on everyone, he is very specific. It included witnesses, their family, everybody. Like nobody better be talking about this, you know. Mm. He was a little upset. John Pryor did an interview talking about how he was going to do his case, that Lori Vallow may be a witness, and drumming up some publicity out there. And the judge was quite offended because he was talking about the case and evidence and things like that in an interview. And he did the gag order again to go until trial started. Then when trial started, both the prosecution and the defense decided that maybe it should stay in place throughout the whole trial because there had been some issues. And remember, we had that third party come in and just like file an intervention, which the judge doesn't seem to be thinking is a right filing to begin with. There's a lot of speculation going back and forth about that. We may never know what was in that third party intervention motion to stay the case because it is sealed, and it'll probably stay sealed like forever. Yes, the ones report they do. Actually, I don't know because like some of them are doing live tweeting as they go, Liam. But when I read the order, like he was very specific that they weren't really, like, unless they've got like certain reporters have permission, like you had to register ahead of time. And that could be it too, you know. Because there was a few people on the social saying that the jurors were yawning and stuff like that. And I don't know how they're getting the messages out there. Unless they're using their cell phones and all. But, Well, anyway, we should have at least another hour when we come back from break of testimony and evidence being entered into the court record. This is the most tedious part of a trial in the beginning, is laying out the foundation of the case. It's slow going. It's sometimes one witness for like a day or two. There'll be a lot of law enforcement and then, officers in regards to the original investigation. But what we've heard so far is how they actually added Ty Lee to the search, after speaking with Colby Ryan, in that he hadn't seen his sister. And then they started putting her on the endangered list, missing child's list also. How they worked with national organizations, the FBI, local police, and local counties, all working together as the children were put on the missing list. And also of note, not once did Lori Vallow or Chad Daybell contact them in regards to the children, even though repeated inquiries were made. And that just doesn't bode well for either of them. Alex stole your afternoon. Exactly, Liam. Alex is going to be stealing our afternoons for 8 to 10 weeks, they said. Yeah. I'm like going, am I going to make it like 8 weeks, 10 weeks of this? I think if we made it through the Murdaugh trial, we can make it through anything, right? Although there was a lot of fireworks and excitement during that. I loved the George Newman, Crichton Waters, even though he can be quite boisterous and, with the hand waving and all of that. At least it was entertaining. Booming voice and all of that. Like I couldn't fall asleep. And the shenanigans by the defense was, although annoying and frustrating, it was entertaining. It just kept us going and awake. This is going to be a hard one. Not only does it take a while to lay the foundation at all, but the actual evidence in regards to the crime is unsettling, disquieting. Let's just call it horrific. It's horrific. What I am totally confused as to John Pryor's style for defense right here, with the objections that he's making. I guess it does make good sense to try to technically get things thrown out of evidence. I mean, yes, the less evidence they have, the better. But out of all of those pictures of the apartment, only one of them was not allowed to be entered into evidence for his objections in regards to labeling and what they actually showed. So one out of all of them. We're hearing a lot of objection overruled also. And Rob Wood is just very factual. There's not a lot of pumping circumstance there. There's not a lot of you know, doing the entertainment dance for the cameras. Definitely not. He's a traditional prosecutor. You're just gonna lay out the facts of the case. Well, like Liam said, he could word some of the questions better to be more direct and specific. But I guess he's just using a conversational style, you know. I'm trying to decide if I should actually pour a third cup of coffee. I'm trying to see what else is like I can find on the socials to see how it's gonna go for the afternoon. Okay, it said Boyce calls for the afternoon break. Court will be held tomorrow only until 3 o'clock, but there will be no court. And he said this break is going to be 20 minutes long. So tomorrow we're going to go a little shorter, which is kind of nice, especially if it's going to be drawn out like this in the tedium. And we'll see where we get. I guess we're going to eventually get to the defense doing cross-examination, and then they're we'll see if the prosecution then comes back to clarify anything. But it sounds like this witness will be on the stand again tomorrow since we haven't got to prior. But I guess 8:30 is or 10:30. Again, on the standard court schedule, it says that the attorneys would arrive at 8:30 and the jurors arrive at 9. And that's why I have the stream schedule for 10:45, like right in between. I don't think we need to watch the attorneys like cleaning their desks and all of that and sit here. But I will be here 15 minutes earlier to just make sure the audio is all in good and to greet everybody and to talk about anything that we found in the middle of the night in the socials in regards to the case, any thing related to it that we can come up today, and to do a brief synopsis of what happened today for anybody coming in new. Now, I was thinking, what kind of things do you guys want to see during the breaks? Like, would it be helpful if I shared some of the articles or new takes that are coming on? I could prepare some links ahead of time for everyone. Well, personally, I don't mind just talking about anything with you guys in between. It doesn't have to be all trial related. As a matter of fact, during the breaks, it's probably better if it's actually not, because it can be quite tedious, Can girls? Well, that's a little exciting. I don't know if I could rustle up some videos of that for you. I don't want to get my stream taken down there, Liam, but still. Well, Can girls don't really show anything. They just do that fancy, like, swishy dance, right? Starship Troopers, would you like to know more clips? Okay, that's a good idea, Rocket Couch. Yeah, that might work. You. I don't know whether to go for a walk, or run, or take a nap after this stream. I'm kind of leaning towards a nap because I'm going to be up late tonight. Oh, we're coming back. It looks like we've got a screen anyway. Look, let me show you. All right, let me put it this way. I'll put it this way for right now. Well, they fixed the screen. It's not black anymore, And I wonder how long we're going to go after after the break. And this will be interesting. I wonder if they're gonna. I really hope they work on some of those mic issues after they see the stream from today. So we got like 6 more minutes left to our break. It's only like 20 minutes. Are we checking out the BK thing after? I'm not streaming it, but I am actually going to go watch it and review it for the update on Friday. We're going to be doing Karen Reed. We're going to be doing Koberger. We're going to do a little bit about Alec Baldwin. And I'll check around for other things too. Well, there's still also some stuff on Trump's cases. There's been some wild stuff going on like the last few days in regards to that. Currently, Judge Chuckin, who's in the Washington D.C. case against Trump, that was filed by Special Prosecutor Jack Smith. That Judge Tanya Chuckin, she's also been slated with a lot of the January 6th defendants in regards to the insurrection. You know, the thousands of people that are actually being charged. I mean, that's ongoing every day. And there's actually a really tense, heated one going on today, actually, that I was reading about. She got her hands full. And they said that she was so exasperated by the arguments at the end, she literally had her head in her hands, like, because they were just talking about all the delays and everything in sentencing, and that they wanted to get a delay again. And yet they were the ones that called for all the delays. Like, they did it themselves. And so she sat there and recited all of the times they actually did it, and to why this sentencing was not going to be delayed again. You know, and they just kept carrying on. It was just Well, it should be an interesting update on Friday. I'll do that Friday evening since there's no court, which is kind of nice. I already made the stream for Friday too. I'm not gonna make them in advance like anymore. But I can actually I'm gonna have to delete that one and create a new one. Because if I just change the date and time of it, I'll notice that you don't get the 30-minute notifications or anything. Like, it's kind of strange. Like, they stop doing the notifications, and I don't know why. Like, it kind of messes it up. Hmm. Would you like to spend the next 10 days complaining about the delays to the case? Yeah. Uh-huh. Exactly. Chuckin's got her hands full over there, but she's a real legal eagle. Like her briefs are so well sourced. She really knows the law. Like, she can get the cases. She's got some excellent clerks with her. She seems very cautious, pragmatic in the way that she puts that out there. In every ruling that she makes, she goes step by step and shows the president and why she got this way, in what cases can back it up, and does the interpretation and everything. It's quite impressive. Lately, I've been focusing more on the judges. I was for a while there focusing on prosecution styles, and now I am just totally immersed in all of the different judges, probably because there's just so many of them right now that I am exposed to, in looking at their differences and everything that's going on, especially in the Trump's cases, the diversity there. We've got 2 really young jurors who have only been like seated for like a year, and that would be McAfee and Cannon, you know. And then we have like some very seasoned judges like Kaplan and Engeran, and now, a legal savvy one like Chuckin. just the difference in the styles, and those are just the Trump judges, for those cases that are going on. And Juan Merchant, he's also quite savvy and calm. He just doesn't play the game. He just goes by the book. Hmm. They should be coming back any minute now. What time does the court finish? Shield, they had listed that it would be 5:30, which is 3:30 normally. And that's what they have scheduled for tomorrow. But I don't know today because we are coming in like it's if we take the 2 hours off, it's 5 to 3 now, and if they finish at 3:30, I mean, he's gonna come back from break, and then they're only gonna be 30 minutes. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure for today. Hello, Janae. Welcome. It's good to see you. It said 5:30 EDT, yes, which is 3:30 where they are in MDT. That was the schedule I was given by somebody that translated it from the court. And it did follow as far as the 2 o'clock lunchtime. They broke at 1:55 here on the East Coast. So, which is like 5 minutes to 12 for them. Mhm. No, I hear that from many people, Janae. I know my friend Mandy has the same thing. She's trying to watch and chat and working at the same time. Yeah. Harumph, I know, Liam. They're like late, like they're a minute late from the 20, aren't they? Yeah. But hey, we'll keep it up until they get here. Like, and then I'll switch it over to the other view. Well, but 8:30 to 3:30 does seem very similar to a regular court day. So tomorrow will be 8:30 to 3:30, and that 3:30 is 5 o'clock their time, 5:30 their time. So that sounds like the regular schedule. But then there's no court on Friday, like he said. I just don't know how long today is gonna go. Because the break is the afternoon breaks. The breaks aren't listed. Only the lunch was listed. But I like the way the judge does inform us about what's going to happen on the next day. He did say that we're still going to be presenting evidence in the witness again when they come back. So we know that. And then tomorrow is probably going to be the defense. But we'll see. We'll see how far that Rob Wood gets with his witness. Yeah, shill for the streams. I've got them scheduled and timed out from 10:45 Eastern time to 5:30, 6 o'clock Eastern time each day with the breaks, at lunch. And like you be here when you can be here, but if you can't, like I totally get it. It's a very chill environment in stream. I don't expect any trouble in the chat, like at all. I like when you're here. I do. But I also see that the other creator is going live, So if you have to go, I totally understand. Yeah. Oh, Janae, I'm wondering. Oh, here they're back. I'll ask you after. Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Council, while we're waiting for the jurors, we will take up on the record at the conclusion of today, after the jurors can dismiss, the issue of further stipulated exhibits, and I'll bring that up before we conclude for the day.
Well, he's not saying whether or not that's going to be a sidebar or open for discussion. So after the jury leaves, if he keeps the mics on for this discussion about evidence, I'm going to keep going because I think it's important to know what John Pryor was talking about. Like, I would like to know the angle or where he's coming from with these, with the problem with the evidence of the photographs and such, and what's going to happen going forward. So I hope they do it open mic in camera. I guess we'll see after the testimony today. It's always so frustrating that they go on camera before they bring the jury in. And so we're sitting here in silence and we're just watching them just fiddle with stuff. But it is interesting to see who's doing what. Like, you know, Rob Wood is talking about his case, it looks like, and what they're going to be doing next. And I am just so curious as to what Chad and John are talking about. Like, John is really leaning in, John Pryor,
All rise.
adamantly, or listening attentively to Chad, whatever he was talking about. All right, we're going to be ready to go. I'm going to mute.
All juries present and accounted for.
Very well. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue the examination of the witness, and I'll remind the witness, of course, you're still under oath. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And I need to just take up a couple of issues for clarification of the record. Detective, you spoke earlier about searching Norvallo's residence.
Correct.
And yeah, you stated the address. What city was that address located in?
Rexburg.
And what state is Rexburg in?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you ever help execute a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
I did. I executed a couple of warrants.
Okay. When was the first one?
January 3rd of 2020.
And Chad Daybell's residence, what county is that located?
Madison County.
What's his address?
202 North, 1900 East.
And is that, and what city is it listed as?
It's listed as Rexburg. It's actually in Fremont County, but it's listed correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you just misspeak when you said it was in that
I
city?
did. I'm going to say it correct.
Okay, and it's what county?
Fremont County.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you did a search there on January 3rd.
Correct.
Was that search in aid of another investigative agency?
It was
Which agency was that?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And do you recall what the purpose of that search was for?
I don't recall what the probable cause or the reason for the search was at that time.
So you didn't write the affidavit.
So,
Did you have any other occasion where you served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
yes, June 9th, 2020.
When you served that warrant on June 9th, 2020, what time did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly about 7 in the morning.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 10A. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I am.
What does it purport to be?
It's a aerial image taken from Google Earth of the defendant Daybell's property.
So, do you know who prepared that image?
I did.
Right. But you didn't take the picture
No.
because it's a satellite photo, correct?
Correct.
Have you been, I believe you testified you have been to Chad Daybell's residence.
Yes.
Have you walked around the grounds of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And have you been inside his home?
I have.
Are you familiar with the landmarks of that residence in the yard?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with, the general layout of the yard and what's located in it?
That's correct.
And is this image an accurate representation of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state moves to admit Exhibit 10A.
Any objection?
Objection, one year and any objection.
Right.
Officer, approximately how much property are we talking about?
I couldn't tell you the amount of property.
And the prosecuting attorney mentioned the yard. Now, I believe the yard usually means where there's grass. So you're familiar with what's on the grass, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, and I'll represent to you that there's about 4.5 acres out there. Does that sound close to me?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that there's an area that's known as the yard, that's a lawn area, that you would mow with a lawnmower. Are you following me?
Your Honor, this is testimonial.
Yeah, Judge, he says that he's familiar with the yard.
Well, I understand. I think we're going into cross-examination now, which will be permitted. The question is on an issue of foundation or other objection, whether or not the exhibit gets admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, what would be the foundational objection?
He hasn't testified, Judge, that he's familiar with pasture, 3.5, 4 acres of property that go beyond the yard.
All right, response, Mr. Wood?
I think the question was adequate.
All right, based on foundation and with the testimony of the witness about his knowledge of this property, court will overrule the foundation objection, allow the exhibit 10A to be admitted, and you can delve into those issues by cross, Mr. Pryor. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll publish that shortly. Detective, so you testified that you executed a search warrant on June 9th, 2020.
Correct.
What time of the day did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly 7 in the morning.
And was it only the Rexburg police or were there other agencies involved?
At that time, there was Fremont County and Rexburg City Police that went to his house at 7.
And did any other agencies help you that day on that search?
They did.
Who were they?
The FBI ERT team, which is the evidence recovery team, the Attorney General's office, Fremont County. I believe that's it.
Okay. And you testified you got there about 7 o'clock.
Yes.
When you first arrived, who was Mr.
So I do apologize. Could I have a quick sidebar with council? I'd like to discuss this exhibit briefly.
Sidebar again. He does look, Chad looks so menacing, like sitting there like that. You're right. It's just like, is that desk like really, really small? Or he's just like really, really tall? I know he's 6'2" from his mugshot. You know how they put the height thing behind you. It looks like he was like 6'2". He does just looks very, stoic sitting there. Liam's right. They should lower his chair to make John Pryor look a little taller. Hmm. I would imagine law enforcement, when they have trial days, they don't like it is part of the job, but it can be tedious too. He does look like he's getting a little weary this afternoon himself. Also, I saw a post that they cornered off one part of the galley there where you can see that people are sitting to one side. To the left of that officer there, they have cordoned it off. I think they're only allowing family there, If it, I can't really tell in the close up, but that maybe the woodcocks sitting over there. I'm not sure. Or maybe prospective witnesses coming forward or with permission, but they said that they partitioned off one whole side of the courtroom there behind the court reporter. And the bailiff that was over there, the court deputy rather, not the bailiff, but the court deputy. There was a post that I just saw on Twitter that he said they're no longer allowed to sit over there on that side. For what reason, I'm not sure. Maybe it's the angle, maybe because of view of the jury. I'm not sure. Oh, and we are back. Yeah, it's difficult to see because the podium is right there too. I agree, Liam. Okay, so I saw prosecution come back in prior, but where is the judge? Yeah. Where did he go? Yeah. I also saw questions on that, Janae. Like people were questioning how come he has a laptop and does he have access to the internet outside and is he corresponding? But many defendants do. I mean, Michelle Troconis is coming up on contempt charges because of what she showed on the laptop that she was using during her court trial. Yeah. They're sorry you're not doing well.
All right, Mr. Wood, apologies for the court's interruption, discussing that last exhibit. You can continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Your Honor, could I have the court reporter read back the last question I asked?
It's kind of a half question. When you first arrived, who was, the question before that was, and you testified you got there about 7 o'clock, answer yes.
That's right. Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Detective, when you arrived around 7 o'clock, who was with you at that time?
There was myself, Lieutenant Ron Ball at the time, Detective Kai Kamani, and Detective Bruce Madigan, and also Detective Dave Stubbs.
All right. So can you go back to those individuals and say where they, who they were employed by real quick?
Lieutenant Ron Ball with Rexburg Police, Detective Stubbs is also with Rexburg Police. Detective Kai Kamani and Madigan are both Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And just for clarity of the record, is Detective Ball still with the Rexburg Police?
No.
Okay, and what organization is he with now?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And Detective Kai Kamani, was he still with Fremont County?
No, he's also with Madison County Sheriff's Office.
All right, that's just clarity. Thank you. So when you got there, what did you do?
Initially, we knocked on the front door. We made contact with Mark Daybell, who's the defendant Daybell's son. He answered the door. He was eating a bowl of cereal. It was early in the morning. We informed Mark of why we were there and that we needed to speak with his dad. He stated his dad was still asleep, and we showed him a copy of the warrant, and he proceeded to let us in and show us where his father was.
And did you make contact with Mr. Daybell that morning?
We did. He showed us that he was sleeping in bedroom above a loft, above the garage. So we walked up the stairs, just a few of us. Detective Kai Kamani and Madigan, we stayed back. We informed Chad that we were there and needed to speak with him. He was still asleep. He asked if he could get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that and he came downstairs with us.
And did you provide a copy of the warrant to Mr. Daybell?
We did.
And what happened next?
Mr. Daybell asked to speak with his attorney. We were standing in the kitchen area. He had a seat in the kitchen. And his attorney at the time was Mark Means. So we allowed him to speak with his attorney. At that time, Mr. Means wanted to speak with one of the investigators.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'll stop that. Very well. After Mr. Daybell spoke with his attorney, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
I allowed Mr. Daybell to sit in the front room. He sat on his recliner closest to the door. His children sat on the couch in the same room. I gave Mr. Daybell a copy of the warrant and he read through the search warrant while sitting in his recliner. He asked if he needed to leave the residence while we conducted business. We informed Mr. Daybell he didn't need to leave the residence, but if he chose to stay, he would be accompanied by an officer just for safety purposes.
After you had that conversation, what did you do?
Mr. Daybell asked if he could make a phone call. And at that point, he was allowed to go outside and make a phone call.
And where did you go?
I went outside with him.
And what did you do after that?
Mr. Daybell wanted to sit in the vehicle that was parked backed in on the west side of the house. There's a west driveway. So I allowed him to sit inside the vehicle, windows rolled up, and make a phone call. I stood in the grass area close to the vehicle.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 10A.
You may.
Detective, do you have that pointer?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out where the front door of Mr. Daybell's residence is? In that image, or where it would locate?
There's two doors. I don't know which one Mr. Daybell used as a front door. I can tell you there's a door right here and a door on the back side. So Mr. Daybell was roughly, that's not the vehicle he was in, but it's roughly parked in the same area. And I was standing here in the grassy area.
Earlier, there was some talk about the yard or the grassy area. Can you just outline for the jury where, I'm going to call it the grass area of the yard is located on that image?
The grass area is right through here.
And is that a driveway behind the house as well?
Yes, there's a driveway here.
And to the just east of that, what is that? Is that grass as well?
There was grass here. There's a little shop area. There's a shed here. And then this is, I guess you would call it pasture area.
Did you observe any livestock there?
No.
Detective, you testified. If you can show again where Mr. Daybell was and where you were in relation to him when he went outside to make a phone call.
So Mr. Daybell was sitting in a vehicle fairly close to this location. He was sitting in the driver's seat. He was back in. I was standing here just observing Mr. Daybell make a phone call.
And did you observe his behavior while he was making that phone call?
I did.
What was the nature of his behavior? What was he doing?
Initially, he was just on the phone, and I was watching him. But as the call progressed, he had the phone in his right hand and was intently looking over his right shoulder. And so I found it odd. I wanted to see what he was looking at. So I maneuvered myself to see what he was so intently looking at.
And when you did that, did you attempt to orient yourself so that you would be looking in the same direction you perceived him looking at?
That's correct.
What did you see when you did that?
So with the vehicle backed up here, he was looking over his right shoulder in this direction. I stood over here, kind of in front towards the roadway to see exactly what he was looking at. And when I looked that way, I saw this area, this pond area.
Now, let's look at that pond real quick. If you can just kind of run the pointer around it so the jury's sure where it is.
Right here.
And
There's a tree right here
thank you.
and then a pond.
And when, at the time, you noticed Mr. Daybell looking over there, was there any activity going on over there?
There was. So like I testified, we got there about 7 o'clock. When we made contact with Mr. Daybell and the scene was secure, we radioed for the other units that were staged about 1.5 miles down the road that they can come start marking things off in the search warrant. So as time passed, Mr. Daybell was reading the warrant on his recliner. While he was doing that, there were ERT members and other officers that started marking off different sections in the backyard that we wanted to search.
Now, Detective, just for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe you defined ERT earlier, but can you tell the jury again what ERT is?
Evidence recovery team
And who are they associated with?
with the FBI.
Now, Detective, were you the lead of executing the search warrant that day?
I wasn't in charge of the search warrant.
So, and just for clarity again, what did you see when you looked in the direction you thought Mr. Daybell was going to happen? Or I guess, what activity did you see?
There were some ERT members marking off a section under this tree, right next to on the east side of the pond area, so right in this general location.
What did you do next in your part of the search that day?
I was tasked with going into the backyard and sifting through what we determined was a fire pit.
Can you show the jury on that map or on that picture where the fire pit is located? And you said,
I apologize, but for the record, would you have the witness please reference where that pointer just went somehow, so there's a full representation?
yes, Detective, if you can point there again and describe what it is you're pointing at, where it is you're pointing.
The fire pit area, which there's like a little tree here. It's just to the north of the tree.
Yes. Is that adequate, Your Honor?
It is.
So you said you went north of the fire pit. Exactly what did you do?
So a few of us were tasked with getting dirt and anything that was in the fire pit and putting it through a sifter. So that's originally what I was tasked to do by the team leader of the ERT team.
About approximately what time were you doing that?
I'd say roughly, probably 9 of them that one.
Who was the team leader of the ERT team?
His name is Steve Daniels.
And how long did you sit in the fire pit?
I would say probably 35, 45 minutes.
And so when you sifted, what kind of tool did you use to do that?
It was a wooden sifter. We would scoop shovels full and put it in the sifter, have wooden handles, you would just shake back and forth. And any larger debris would stay on the top of the wire screen.
And did you find anything of interest while you were sifting through the fire pit area?
Not at that time, no.
Did you move to another area of the search?
I did.
When approximately did you do that?
You asked for a time?
Approximately, yes.
Probably 10-ish maybe.
And why did you move?
There were ERT members and some other members of law enforcement that had marked off a place under this tree next to the pond. They had called and wanted some other people over there to help with that area, so I left the fire pit area and responded to this section right here next to the tree and pond.
And what did you observe when you got over there?
I observed ERT marking off, they had already marked off probably a 6x6 section. the best way I can describe it is there was taller shrubs. In the middle of the 6x6 section, it looked like there was just a little bit of grass, probably the length of sod, and some dirt protruding through the grass, but there were no taller shrubs like on the outside of the section.
What happened next?
The ERT team began excavating that site. They removed a top layer of soil, took off the shrub and the top level of dirt.
And what did you see under that?
At that point, you could see what appeared to be 3 large white rocks. And as soon as they did that, we could start to smell the odor that, through my training experience as a decomposing body.
Let's talk about that. Have you, on other occasions through your work, smelled the decomposing body?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
And is there a distinctive smell to you that you associate with that?
There is.
And it's your testimony that as that first layer of ground was lifted off, you began to smell that.
That's correct.
What did you observe next?
After they slowly and methodically dug around the white rocks, they were removed. ERT took pictures and measurements. They continued to dig down. Right below the layer of rocks were 2 pieces of thin wood paneling. Just right below the rocks.
Were you still able to smell that smell you had described?
Yes, as they dug down, it got stronger.
Were those boards removed?
They were.
What did you observe after that?
So after the boards were removed, you could see the discoloration of dirt. So you had dry dirt, and then underneath the boards was like a wet, moist type dirt. So it was pretty obvious there, the distinction between the soil.
Then what happened?
They continued to brush away the wet soil. And at that point, you could start to see a black round object start to protrude through the dirt.
And describe that object. About what size was it?
Initially, it just looked like a littler black round object. They dug down further carefully and it appeared to take shape of the crown of a human head.
What did you do after that, or what did you observe once that was uncovered?
So once the black round object was uncovered, at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, got a small, sharp instrument and made a slit in the black plastic. He kind of opened that up just a little bit, not to damage or manipulate any of the evidence. But underneath the black plastic was another white layer of plastic. So he used that same instrument and got a slit down the white plastic and kind of opened it up. And at that point, it looked to be brown human hair.
After that was discovered, what happened next?
As soon as that was discovered, we received information on the radio that the defendant Daybell was leaving his daughter's residence, which was catty corner to his residence, at a high rate of speed. And at that point, Mr. Daybell was pulled over and subsequently placed in custody.
Did you go back to the site where what appeared to be a human head was located?
I did. When I got back to what we ended up calling burial site, they continued to excavate around that black plastic. And after they excavated and took the dirt off the plastic, it revealed what appeared to be a small body wrapped in black plastic with duct tape around it.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know the time.
Yes.
So David, let's stop for the day.
All right, we are going to try to adhere to this court schedule, so it is 3:30. This time then, I am going to conclude trial for the day. I've got one additional issue I'll take up outside the presence of the jurors. However, the jurors will be excused here momentarily. As you're leaving for the evening, then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I will try to remember to tell you each and every day or when we leave breaks, longer breaks, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate this case. If you see any media coverage of the case, please try to avoid that so you can remain impartial. And with that in mind, that will conclude our first day of evidence. So we'll allow the jurors to be excused at this time.
All rise, please.
Okay, that concludes testimony and evidence for the day. But as the judge said, they're going to be doing discussion right now on the evidence objections and what's going forward with that. And I hope that they do it in camera. I really would. Shirley's not she'll post it right before I did above where it says we're
Thank you.
sticking to
Please
schedule,
proceed.
Liam. I don't know. She's not blocked.
Rejected the two on
She may be
the-
having issues with her internet or something. Try refreshing.
the stand.
I can see her, though.
Council, this isn't necessarily a motion, it's just what I want to get on the record in terms of stipulated evidence the parties have agreed to. I'll note that back on February 27th, the court received a pleading stipulation on introduction of specific evidence. The list contains 74 separate items the parties have determined will be admitted at trial by stipulation. And let me just first begin there and inquire from the state, is this still an accurate representation of evidence that's going to be proffered and admitted by stipulation to your understanding?
To the state's understanding, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Pryor, you did review that before it was filed. You signed as well. Is it still your understanding that those listed items on the pleading are not going to be objected to if offered by the defense?
And by the state judge, that's correct, yes.
Very well. All right, so counsel, I am going to then indicate on the record that those particular items of evidence are to be admitted by stipulation. The one thing in keeping our record straight is that those are listed out in a 1 through 74 listing, but those do not correspond with the evidence markings in the case. In other words, those are not the exhibit numbers or letters that will be admitted in trial. So I'll keep the list running, but each one of those, of course, needs to be independently marked and admitted with independent trial stickers, so the exhibits are kept straight in the record. And our clerk will assist with that as they come in, but I assume all of those are going to be pre-marked and admitted. And if you wish to reference them on the pleading throughout the trial, you can do that, but we need to make clear that all those exhibits are not. In other words, the pleading does not correspond to the actual exhibit numbers on the trial. Is that the state's understanding?
Yes, Your Honor. And maybe if I may ask, for some clarification from the court.
Yes.
We do have in here, one of the stipulations covers essentially documents that are in relation. If we have a business record affidavit or a custodian of record affidavit, then we would stipulate that the documents covered or the exhibits covered would be admitted. Does the court want us to introduce those business record affidavits or custodian of record affidavits as their own exhibit?
I'll let defense weigh in, but I think that makes the most sense to me. Separate affidavits should be admitted as separate exhibits, so those can be tracked down later if someone's referencing the record.
Judge, they're stipulated exhibits, so I'll let the prosecutor decide how they want to hit.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor, because I think at the end of the day, the affidavit itself is stipulated to, but really what matters is the content and documents covered by that affidavit or what's actually going to be admitted as evidence. So,
Okay.
but we have those if the court would like those admitted as well for the record.
Yeah, so they'd be separate. The affidavit itself, laying foundation for the other exhibits would be a separate exhibit.
And Judge,
Yes.
Judge, you will note that of my 54 exhibits that the state has agreed and stipulated to admit, the individual exhibits are the same numbers as the stipulation that we put on the record. So in other words, number one on the stipulated list makes mention of some phone cell right information. The actual exhibit itself is the same number that I'm offering. It just happens to be the contents within that phone cell right. So my numbers match up corresponding to the stipulation that the court has exactly. And I did that for ease of convenience for everyone, Judge.
Okay, and if they do match, we'll just reference that. If they don't, I guess the point is the stipulation itself is not any kind of controlling document as to what the exhibits actually will be marked as in the record. So we'll mark each one as it comes in on the record and make clear that this is simply a reference, basically. If they correspond, they do. If not, clarify that and it should be admitted in terms they're offered. Your evidence is introduced. So that will conclude then my concerns on stipulated evidence. Is there anything else we need to bring up this afternoon before we break for the day from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anything further from the defense?
Judge, just briefly, the state and I will meet about that issue that we had on the sidebar, just the last one, to discuss the parameters.
Okay, I would suggest council will want to start with further testimony at 8:30. So if parties want to be available at 8 tomorrow morning, we can take up any matters outside the jury's presence before we get the jurors back in the court tomorrow morning. So that'll be our schedule for tomorrow. Okay, thanks everyone in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order. You can be excused and we'll complete our day. Thank you. All rise, please. Folks, make sure you take all your things with you.
And there we have it for the day. That is court for the day. And 7 minutes past 5:37, or hold on. It was just blasting in my ear because I forgot to mute the site when they left, and they ran an ad. So there you go. YouTube, I have autoplay on, so it goes right through. Remember, wrapping in plastic gives nowhere for the juices to go and makes the smell better, worse. Plus leaves a more lasting stain in the soil as they leak. Exactly. And he did say about the odor and everything. But I found it quite curious. How about you guys? Like, I had not realized before that they actually were looking at specific areas based on where Chad Daybell was nervously looking. Like where he was acting and nervously looking. Like that was fascinating to me. And the jury got to hear that. They also got to hear about how he left and was speeding and was arrested. There's not a lot of conversation going on about how he's acting like an innocent man. And that is a snide remark. Sorry, being a little biased there, but yeah, not exactly presenting himself as innocent. Yeah, during all of that process. Yeah. So on that, everyone, I shall see you all tomorrow morning. Should you care to come back, we will have a live chat again. And we will start at 10:45 in the morning. I want to thank everybody who came to keep me company during this process and entertaining in the chat with your questions and your comments in regards to what's going on. And I hope to see you again tomorrow. And there'll be no court on Friday. And then we will have a true crime and legal update like we normally do on Tuesdays, like I did on Saturday or on Friday, with what's going on with other cases during the week. And thanks again. And so far, first day in the bag, not too bad, right? Thanks, everybody. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everybody that contributed to the conversation. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Good night. Oh, for members, I did see a notification from Quiz this morning that he is calling us all for 7 p.m. CST, 8 p.m. EST game night. If you're a member of the channel and in the Discord, that'll be tonight. And if you're not, if you're a member and you're not in the Discord and you want to be, please get a hold of me in any of my socials or by email with your Discord ID, and I get that invite to you right away. Game night is one of your member perks, by the way. All right, everybody, have a good night, and congratulations to anybody that got a bingo. And if you got a bingo and you want to submit it, send it through the socials and or my email. I'll talk to you all tomorrow.